Okay. Third time's the charm. Let me just do this real quick. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. I lowered it a little bit. I don't know if that's gonna help or not. I have no clue. If that doesn't help, then it's not that, which means that I will probably just, you know, go as far as I can. If it gets to the point where it's unwatchable, then I'm just gonna stop. But okay, I don't. There's like too much here. There's too much going on. Like, I don't want collaborations on there. Okay, it looks fine right now, and I haven't lost any frames. Okay, I don't know. Probably no one's gonna be watching now that I've restarted for the third time, but that's okay. We're just gonna hang out. We're gonna have a good time. You know what I wanted to do, and I think I'm gonna try this actually right now, is I want to go back to the challenge run that I was doing. So we're gonna do that. I'm gonna try to restart it. I'm gonna try a different rule set here. Still trying to make this a thing, you know? Even in all the years, I'm still trying to make this a thing. Okay, so, let's go back to regular human, warrior, all the way to the end, survivor, Arali. Okay, I think what I want to do is, I'm still not going to have any traits. I'm still not going to have any, I'm not going to have any traits. I'm not going to have any, any other abilities. I'm just going to use equipment that I find. So it makes it a little bit more of like a roguelike. I'm not using those.
Everybody get to the inn. We can protect you at the inn.
Okay. Well, I don't know if this is... Okay, I haven't lost any, so this might be that my settings were too high for my internet, which is weird because yesterday it was fine for 5 hours. I don't know why it's taking them that much, why the bitrate is so high on here when I haven't even set it that high. It's kind of weird. It's taking more than I'm programming it to do, which is weird. I don't know. I might have to look into that. I'm not sure. But that's okay. We're just gonna do, so for those of you that are unaware, I used to do challenge runs for Guild Wars 2, and it kind of became a little stale because they weren't really challenge runs, but they were almost like modifiers for the game that I put on myself, but it wasn't, there was nothing about it was challenging, right? It was just however long you can, like, especially the first one took me a long time to get through, but it wasn't really anything interesting where I could say, oh, well, I came up with a really interesting concept or something, you know? So I wanted to, this challenge run I've been trying to make happen for like the last couple of years now, and I just can't. It's too difficult, actually. It's too difficult because like I end up just dying, and that's the whole idea. Is like it's supposed to be pretty much like a, you know, like a no death run, but it gets really difficult, and so. Because the rule said was that I don't use any mounts, I don't use any teleporting, I don't use any traits, any other skills I'm not allowed to use, I'm not allowed to use any equipment, I'm not allowed, but I think all of that is a little bit too much. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna modify the rule set here a little bit, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use no traits, no other skills outside of my weapon skills and my healing skill, but I can equip different weapons, so whatever weapon I get I can use, and but I can't buy any weapons, so I can't just say, oh, okay, well, I haven't, you know, I want to use a greatsword, or I want to use a hammer, or I want to use whatever the coolest best next thing is, or whatever, right? So what I'm what I want to do is just get the weapons that I find. Okay, just weapons that I find. So even this weapon right here, I don't want to use it. And just use weapons that I find and use armor that I find. So that's going to be the two things that I want to do with this game, or with this challenge run, I mean. So let's buy. That's all I need.
Goodbye.
The rest of the equipment I'm just gonna throw out. It doesn't really matter unless I'm getting something really, really good that I might just put on the bank. But I want to see if I can do a challenge run like this. So no mounts, meaning I can't mount. I can glide, because I think gliding is okay. I think the problem with gliding is, if I don't use gliding, is that I'm gonna face plant a lot and just die, and that would feel really bad, and I don't want to do that. So okay, so I leveled up again, which is kind of insane. How many slots is this? 8. Better than what I just bought. Bought it for really cheap though. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. I want to go back and get this. Luckily, the sword has a movement skill, which is always nice. Fingers crossed right now. I'm not losing any frames, you guys. I guess it must have been my settings, but it's kind of weird because I'm only streaming to Twitch and YouTube, but it's using like a lot more of the internet than I thought it was. I don't know. Whatever. Because if I do live, yeah, it looks fine. It looks good. We get 1080p. That'll be sufficient. I hope that looks okay to you guys, the stream. So, all right. Anyways, I don't know if I can do any Googling today, so we might not have to. We might not be able to look at any maps or anything. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna do that as the challenge run. Like I said, the challenge run before was that I would be. Well, maybe I should unequip the armor that I have now and really go with armor that I find. Really go with armor that I find. So it's all about scavenging. Okay, it's almost like a scavenger run. So let's do that. Let's do that. We're not crafting. I think crafting is still a little cheaty. I'm gonna leave that in there in case I need it. In case I get, like, you know, if I get a legendary precursor, I'm going to put that in my bank. I don't even care. But yeah, so I think that's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna use my one sword that I get. This is what the rule set was originally, just using the weapon, the sword that you get from the start, and then using that. That's the only equipment that I get. But I think if I make the rule that I can scavenge, anything I scavenge from dead bodies is fine. I think that would be kind of cool. That would be a cool run. Because then I can get like different weapons, and it feels a little bit more of a, you know, the idea is to make like a roguelike, and so have it where, you know, you die, and so your character dies, and you have to start from scratch. You know, and I had it before where it's like, oh, no equipment, but like, you know, a true roguelike, I mean, you get equipment, right? And most lights, at least, you get like get stuff. So I think that'll be fun. I think that'll be nice and fun and good. So my question is for the, yeah, hey, sorry, I had to restart my stream like 75,000 times because I was losing frames. So let me know if the stream starts looking really bad. It looks fine right now. I had to like lower the output that I had on it for the bitrate, but it looks fine. So my question is for the Guild Wars, who do you think we hear talking? That's actually a really good question. I think that's a fantastic question, and I think a lot of people, not enough people, have been questioning who we hear. I don't know. I would have to like look at exactly what she says. I don't know. It sounds to me like I remember initially, and I don't know how valid. I'm curious about if she knows of the gods and she's talking to us, the Veil Warden, as if she knows us personally. Yeah, so because you mentioned the gods, at some point when I was listening to when I was actually watching the trailer, right? When I was actually recording the video of me watching the trailer, I remember kind of thinking of like who was talking as I was listening to it, but you know, so overwhelming that it was just like I didn't even like talk about anything like that. But I was thinking that maybe it's one of the gods talking. I was thinking, you know, one of the female goddesses, right? Like Dwayna, Melandru, Lissa, like one of them as kind of talking and telling this story of the Veil Wardens. But it's also like, I think she says like, she uses like us as in like talking about almost like the player character, I think, at some point in the trailer. So I don't think that she is a goddess, because I think she's like a Veil Warden or something. I don't know. It's very strange. Okay, I'm gonna use Great Sword. Oh no, I can't use that. I can only use scavenged stuff. Okay, what did I get here? I got a dagger and I got arm stuff. Okay. I guess I could do it like that. Do I want to do it like that? Not really. Dwayne Emily listed, but then quickly said, nah, she's someone familiar with us, the Veil Warden, that's my guess. Yeah, I mean, it could be someone like, you know, our mentor, our friend, right? We have a lot of those. Hey, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I got the shoulder skin. Cool. I got the shoulder skin, you guys. Get out of here. Ooh, Warhorn. Let me use that.
I feel strong.
So I feel like it's our mentor. It's our like captain of the Veil Wardens. Maybe it's some kind of priestess of one of the gods or something like that. That is like, you know, in charge of the Veil Wardens, or you know, something like that. I feel like is probably very likely. So Dagger and Warhorn would actually be really good if I can keep getting those as drops. So it really feels like, or maybe it could be us talking about, like in third person, about our journey. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to leave here. Like it could be us talking about our journey that we took, because again, the idea to me is that they make it look very storybook, right? The tapestry, the like, you know, the wavy you know, bannery 3 that we get, it's all very Veil Warden. I don't know, it sounds like, to me, it doesn't sound any god particular. It sounds like they're just like these soldiers that fight for the, because veil, right, is very close to the word veil, like a veil, and we know that in Guild Wars, the veil is what is between us and the mists, kind of, right? There's like this idea where like the Veil Wardens, okay, what am I getting here? Nothing. Okay, good. Where the veil ward, like the veil is the barrier between the mists and Tyria, right? And so it almost sounds like we're gonna be kind of the guardian of that, you know, and just we're saving the world from, you know, maybe I don't know, maybe trying to get people to not go into the mists or something like that, or maybe we're like mist infused or something like that, you know. Ooh, perfect. I got all the equipment. This is great. This new run is turning out really, really good already, you guys. I look like an idiot, but that's okay. But it's spelled different. Veil Guardians. Yeah, but I think that's particularly talking about the veil that they sit in. She could be under Dorg, and we're under her. We're allies working for Dorg. It could be something, you know, or it could be that she's a priestess. And you know what? I'm gonna say that I can use this. Anything I find in chests, I will allow as well, because that's scavenged as well. So that makes sense. Oh my god, I didn't realize that I was out of...
better and better.
Oh my goodness, I'm getting all of the things. I can't use these. I can't use these. These gotta go. I can't use them. Can I break them down? I probably can. Just throwing good weapons out the window that could be materials. Oh, you know what? I don't really want to do that anyways, because all the materials I'm gonna get are gonna be garbage that I don't need. So I don't know. You know, maybe over the years, you know, because the veil is also spelled differently as well. Like the veil, the barrier between Tyria and the Mist, right, is also spelled differently. So it could be that you know, the spelling changed over the years, or I don't know. I don't know what Veil Warden even means. I mean, it's supposed to be a guild name, right? So it could also be our guild leader that's talking, right? Because in the video she talks about our guild, right? So I have a feeling, I think now that I think about it, I think it's our guild leader, and we're part of the guild that are called the Veil Wardens. And it doesn't, maybe there's no deeper meaning to any of that. Maybe they just named themselves the Veil Wardens, and there's no actual particular reason as to why they're called that. You know, it's just like, oh, that's a cool name, we're gonna pick that for our guild, right? And it's just like, you know, XXX Zephyroth XXX, right? Like, you know, those one of those names where you're just like, oh, it's a cool name, like Sephiroth is such a cool character, oh my god, ooh, I'm gonna be, you know, maybe it could be something like that. So but it sounds like, you know, that now that I think about it, because she talks about our guild and, you know, blah blah blah, so maybe she is the guild leader or something, and she's kind of telling us, maybe this is how we get like introduced into the Veil Wardens, is her telling the story up until the point of Guild Wars 3, like what happened before, right? Because we obviously, there has to be some kind of setting that we're getting put into with Guild Wars 3. You know, we're not gonna just like, oh hey, you're an Ornn, you go explore, right? There's like some kind of conflict or some kind of bad guy, there's something going on, right? And so they're probably gonna have some character explain that to us, like they did in Guild Wars 2. I mean, Guild Wars 2 has 5 playable races, and each playable race has their own little introductory trailer that they get, right? But maybe this time around they have just like one that they do that is for any character, because you're like, all of us are going to be part of the Veil Wardens, right? And so we just get, you know, that's the introductory dialogue that we get, which would be also very smart, because that would be very spoilerless, right? Because that is something that would happen within the first minute of you playing the game. You hear that same dialogue, meaning that what they have presented to us is not at all really a spoiler, because it's the first few seconds of the game, and it's not something where they hint at something that happens later or something, you know what I mean? So that's what I would like to think. I'm just glad, knock on wood, that my frame, I'm not losing any frames. I'm not dropping any frames. That is fantastic. I had to restart multiple times earlier because I kept dropping frames, and it was really, really aggravating. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to do that. This is the one that gives vigor? I thought, oh, it gives barrier too. Got it, okay. And then this gives quickness and swiftness. Got it, okay. But it could be anyone, right? I mean, it could be like, let's think about this. So in Guild Wars 1, just throwing out like a random thought here, right? In Guild Wars 1, we have Kunavang, right? And Kunavang had like we meet her, we talk to her and all of this stuff, but then in Guild Wars 2 all of a sudden she takes on a human form and she lives amongst the humans, right? So maybe there's some kind of shenanigans going on there too. And what I'm trying to hint at is like, you know, maybe they twisted in a way that, you know, something like Glint, right? Again, because we could be seeing Glint, right? Like, Glint was freed well before Ara was established of her corruption, meaning that she was there. Could she be, again, pivotal to the story? Again, remember, she has prophetic powers. She could be predicting any events that happen in Guild Wars 3, right? We don't know really her involvement in any of this, right? And she was very important to the story of Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. You know, she was the one that guided us. And remember, at the very end, it doesn't sound like her. I will, you know, 100%, it doesn't sound like Glint at all. But I'm just saying, like, maybe it's Glint in human form. And she's just part of the Veil Wardens in a disguise. We talked about disguises yesterday, right? Hi, Miss Lorveth, how are you? So, I don't know how you guys would feel about that. I don't know if I would want that character to be Glint or whatever, but I would love to have Glint in the story 100%. I think she'd be really cool to have back in the story. It'd be really, like, wouldn't it be amazing to see Glint in, you know, alive in like really new graphics, like a crystal dragon and some real, like, she could look really fucking badass, right? They could take the model from Guild Wars 1 and just make her look really freaking cool. Oh, I would love that. So like female human voice actor for Guild Wars 2, but a little lower, dramatic. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, they could have picked anyone to do that. Again, it reminded me so much of Tainted Grail. If you go back to the first episode of Tainted Grail and you listen to the voice actress that tells about the story, that talks about the story leading up to the game, right? Where we also have the like painterly, you know, they describe the whole world and they talk about the Red Death and all of these different things. It sounds just like that trailer from Guild Wars 3. Sounds just like it, which is crazy. I was like, oh my god, is that the same person? Have we done everything here? I did not even finish that part. Let's go back. So, and if so on what I'm doing here, if this ends up being too easy, I can still lower the difficulty just slightly by keeping the sword from the beginning and just having the armor that I find. So maybe we'll see how that goes. We'll see how well that works.
Strong.
Is the in-game sound too loud, by the way, guys? What is it set at right now? I'm gonna lower it a little bit. I don't know how loud it is for you guys. It's kind of quiet for me, but kill that rabbit. I didn't bring enough to drink. I have to go get something to drink in a minute. I personally hate how long the Crichton dagger is. It's so long. Oh my god, it's almost like a sword. I guess that's kind of cool, the idea. Like a backhand sword. It's almost as long as a short sword. Did we get anything? No.
Adrenaline rising.
We. Okay, I'm gonna go grab myself something to drink. Something else. I'll be right back, you guys.
I feel strong. You got me.
Nice one.
Actually, I'm gonna leave that here. All right. I have to wake up. Wake up! Because, I spent today, like most of today, kind of just editing a bunch of clips. But I didn't want to release all of them at once, so I did the class discussion, the class system discussion ones. The two, I released those, but there's two more that I have, and there's probably a bunch more that I want to do out of the streams. And I'm probably going to keep doing those as much as I can. Because I was thinking about it, right? So one of the things that I wanted to make a video on was the class system. And so I wanted to sit down and make a video where I come up with a concept of like what we could see for the class system. The problem with that is that it's so much effort, right? Because I sit down, I come up with, you know, an idea of like, hey, you know, this is how it could work, right? And then I write the script for it, and I record the audio, and then I edit a bunch of video things, and I try to like edit pictures together to make it make sense, you know, kind of like, oh, you know, we talked about like Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning, right? And so I show pictures of that, and I show how like this could work in Guild Wars 2 and blah blah blah. But and you know, I do the same thing for my video series, right? Like that's you know, that's kind of what I do there, right? Which is fine, and that's okay. The thing is that this, like, I don't know what they're gonna release, and so we could potentially, oh my god, we could potentially have this. I could be releasing this by, let's say, tomorrow, right? I get this all done, release it tomorrow, and then tomorrow at noon they could put out a blog post that then exactly describes what the class system is like, or at least, you know, gives us enough information to invalidate everything that I said. And then I put all this effort into a video to make this on something that ArenaNet hasn't given us any hints on. because you guys know I hate making theories on stuff that I don't have any hints towards, right? What's the point in doing that, because it could invalidate everything else, right? That's why I waited so long on making that mist theory video, because I wanted to wait for evidence, for more evidence. And then as the evidence kind of started piling up, I was like, okay, I think we're at the point now where I can make this video. But then even at that point, I waited like another half year to have Visions of Eternity come out, and then Visions of Eternity comes out and does nothing but help bring more evidence that, you know, or potential evidence and hints towards my theory being correct. So I was like, cool, awesome, great, I waited, I can put this out now. But with something like the class system, the thing is, like, we're gonna get no information to probably getting, you know, almost all of the information, or at least enough of an outline that could destroy anything like that. But at the same time, I can take a clip from the stream where I talked about it, which I did today, right? I took 2 clips where I talked about the class system that I could see, and so that's low effort for me, right? That's not a lot of effort. That just takes me sitting here for a little bit, going through the stream and saying, this is what I want to make a clip out of. And luckily YouTube does it really easy now for us to actually go in and edit those, or actually edit any video that I have, right? But edit a specific edit a specific part where I could, you know, where there's this, like, the, you know, the specific part that I'm looking for, I can, like, cut out or whatever, right? But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look a little bit more also into, because a lot of those that I'm going to be releasing are under, they're under 3 minutes, which could make them good shorts, but because of the format they're in, I can't put them out as shorts. So I'm still thinking about, like, you know, is there a way that I can do like a dual screen streaming and then take the actual stream that I did, that's like the vertical outline of the stream, and use that to make shorts where for 3 minutes I talk about a specific subject in the stream, and I cut that out and I do that. That's still something I'm kind of considering. The problem is, I'm honest with you guys, my even though I do get a lot of views on my shorts, I don't get even I don't even get close to what other people do on views for shorts. And then again, shorts don't make any money for me either. So I get some of the interactions, but I don't get enough to really justify, like, hey, yeah, doing all these shorts, right? Because everyone always tells me, like, oh, shorts is the way to go and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it doesn't matter how many shorts I try to do, though. Like, I don't get the same viewership, you know, that, like, that I want to see, that I want to have. You know, it's just, it's kind of sad, but that's just the reality of it. Eat my dust. Is that is just, unfortunately, I don't know, it's just, it's a lot of effort for my channel, you know, on the channel where I'm not getting a lot of views anyways, right? So I kind of have to consolidate my effort as much as possible, and I think keeping the these clips that I make just from the regular stream is probably better, and just put them out as regular videos, right? Because then that way I can actually have, because obviously I'm not thinking about doing daily streams or daily videos even, but with having like a 6-7 hour, oh, this is bugged, but having a 6-7 hour stream, I can have a lot of clips that I can do on a daily basis, and I could have daily content coming out to the channel, where I actually talk about different subjects, and it could be kind of interesting to actually have that going out, instead of having like a series of episodes go out that are like an hour long on a playthrough series that no one really cares to watch anyways. So I don't know, just throwing out random ideas. I'm trying to grow the channel. I'm trying to do as much as I can. I just can't get to it. I can't or I can't get to the point where my channel grows. It's frustrating in a lot of different ways, but it's also fascinating in a way where I watch people that do lower quality videos that are very standard. They're not bad, but they're very standard. They're very like, they talk about very basic things, about specifically like Guild Wars 2 I'm thinking of, obviously, because I've, you know, that's kind of my main focus. But it's so fascinating to me because I watch channels like that and they grow way quicker than I ever do, right? And I recently, and we're gonna have to see how this changes, but I recently, you know, started blaming doing the playthroughs and just having like no one being interested in watching my playthroughs kind of offset the viewership that I regularly get on my videos, and so kind of interfering with the algorithm grow, like the, you know, me getting thrown into the algorithm, and getting better views out of that or something because of that, right? And so I don't know, maybe that'll help, not doing the playthroughs on the channel anymore or something like that. I don't know. I've been trying to like grow the channel as much as I can, and I've been doing everything that I can. I tried to do the social media thing. No one cared to follow me on X. I mean, I still only have like, I don't know, 10 followers on X or something, and I'm like, there's no point for me going on there. Bluesky, same situation. Discord, you know, I've known people that have started their Discord server after I did, and they have like 10 times as many follower or people in the Discord. I don't know what else I can do beside inviting people to come to the Discord and have discussions. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so much that I can do, and I don't know what it is. I don't know how other people grow their channels. I have looked into it. I will tell you guys, I've looked into ways to grow channels. I've watched other people's videos on it, and I'm pretty much doing almost everything that they're asking me to do. Obviously, maybe my thumbnails could use a little bit of work, but I try to be very what I try to do in my thumbnails is at least, did I find this, or did I get this? Oh, I don't think you would get this, so I can equip this, right? Yeah, cool. We can do a staff. You know, but what I have been trying to do with the thumbnail, I mean, obviously they're not, maybe not as gripping as some other ones, but they talk about how they're supposed to be, you know, easy to read and straight to the point, and just descriptive enough, but also having, which, you know, I might not hit a lot of those points, but then they talk about having like consistency in it, where you use the same the same font and the same pictures, right? And so it's like, over the last few years I've now gone into, hey, I'm using the same font, I'm using the same owl in everything now, right? Like, I even made my icon the owl, right, just so that I could have that be consistent as well. So it's, I don't know. I'm trying to grow the channel. I'm trying to do things I can do. I tried streaming. The streaming thing didn't work out. I never got any viewers. I mean, it got to the point where at some point, I think the best I ever really did was getting like 15 viewers on my own, right? If I did it on my own. If I had people, wow, I got another staff? Oh, I did. The exact same one. You know, if I got any like huge, like anything when I got like 70 people watching or something like that, that was from other people rating me, or other people, you know, sending me those viewers and stuff. So I don't really consider that like, oh, I did that, right? But the most that I ever did on my own in like 6-7 years of doing Twitch, like, you know, continuously, it's been about 6-7 years, has been like 15 has been the highest number I feel like that I've seen. Maybe like 20 or something that I've seen before, like on my own, just like in a regular stream, right? But never above that, and certainly not in the most recent years. I mean, last 2-3 years, I'm lucky if I get 5 people watching, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, I don't know what else to do. I'm trying to get my name out there. I'm trying to do content that people enjoy. I try to respond to every comment. I try to be consistent. I've looked into what I need to do to grow my channel. I have done everything that you guys can imagine things that I've talked about, things that I haven't talked about. You know, there's been just everything that I have tried, you know. And so, yeah, it's just kind of whatever. At this point, I just do it. It's a passion project, and I need to accept that it's probably never going to go anywhere. That it's never going to get to the point where I become like, you know, another, like a lore guy for Guild Wars 2 or whatever, you know. It's so clean, the sound effect on that. Okay, so I can't use any of those points. Which is fine. No, let me have some of the wolf. No.
Smell CIMITAR. Get rid of them now.
Oh, hello. Yeah. Using staff is actually probably really good for leveling.
Nobody else better mess with my caravan. I'll hang them by their toes and flay them.
Because it has like self-healing, and you get some pretty decent skills. You get some defiance breakage in there too. It's a pretty good weapon to use for leveling up. Hello? Oh, they were fighting the wolf. I did lose some frames. I did drop some frames. I don't know. But nonetheless, I appreciate anyone that is watching. I appreciate you guys so much. Whenever I see comments on any of my videos too, you know, even the ones that are like negative, you know, that are, they're just kind of there because they think they know something better or whatever it is, right? Even those I can appreciate, because even that, you know, even those will get me viewership. I mean, there's some comments that I get where I'm like, you know, you're just trying to, like, I don't know. It's just, it's weird, some of the shit that people comment. It's crazy. But yeah, you know, and I'm just trying to do things a little differently now that Guild Wars 3 is approaching, because like I said, that's kind of, you know, hopefully that'll be a little bit, oh, look, it's the alligator face guy scale. Cool. I hope that'll be really nice for the channel to kind of have that as well. I can't wait to play Guild Wars 3 with a controller. I've been really, it's so weird. When I was a kid, you know, I played console games, and I played everything with a controller, right? That was like the thing. And then when I went into PC gaming, I was having a really hard time adapting to using keyboard and mouse, right? And it got to the point where I had to play, I had to like really learn to use the controllers, you know what I mean? And or I had to use the mouse and key, I'm sorry. I really had to learn how to use the mouse and key and keyboard, and you know, it took me a long while to really get to that point where I was like, oh, really confident in it, you know? Even when I remember even when Guild Wars 2 came out, I remember I had such problems with like the movement and stuff. It was really tough for me. And I you know, I got better, and I feel like I have like a good control over it. But I went like full on loop, because now whenever I have a game, cuz that, well, then I got to the point where I wanted everything to be mouse and keyboard. Like every game I wanted to play with mouse and keyboard, and when it was a game where they needed like a controller, I was like, oh, my controller, like it's not as accurate as it is with the mouse and keyboard. Like I'm so much better now with the mouse and keyboard. You know, when it comes to aiming and you know, the little nuanced little movements and stuff, like I'm a lot better with that. And then now, like I said, I went full circle because now I'm at the point again where I get excited when I have a game that I can play with like a controller. I'm like, yeah, controller, hell yeah. I love it because it is just more comfortable for me too. Like my hand hurts a little bit because I get like carpal tunnel from Guild Wars 2. Specifically, Guild Wars 2 does it to me. And so when I have the controller in my hand, it's just so much nicer. I like it a lot more. Oh my god. Really? You're just gonna go around and just with your raid build over here? Yeah, great. Good job. You're so cool. You're so cool, person. Is that the last one, or is there one more coming after this? But yeah, I'm gonna be playing Guild Wars 3 with a controller. Like, I can already... If it's anything, like I said in today's video, with the class system, with the way that the movement works and stuff like that, where it's kind of a combination of those games, I can definitely see myself using a controller for sure. For sure. Alright, so I'm gonna go and do the thing here. Is that correct? Only if you want to make Gen 1 legendaries? I feel like other legendaries take map completion too, don't they?
I could use some help.
To kill us.
Nice. We get the event. Yay. I do want to keep an eye out on the... Oh no. On my channel as well. See if there's any new comments. Someone says, I hope we get to play the bear. I think we're going to get to see playable Coden. I think ArenaNet really had a strategy, okay? They had a strategy on having the playable Coden, all right? So what they did is, you know, they were like, okay, you know, Secrets of the Obscure, right? And they're just like, okay, let's do annual expansions so that we can do like a Guild Wars 3, right? If we find some kind of way to do annual expansions or whatever, annual content that still feels meaningful in Guild Wars 2 and that works, well, we can do a Guild Wars 3, right? And then they thought about, okay, well, what do we want to do for Guild Wars 3? Like, well, what kind of playable classes do we want to add in there, right? So they think about that. And then they think about, well, you know, we're doing an expansion with Coden, right? Like, we're doing Janthia Wilds, and, you know, that maybe that would be a good playable class. And they were like, okay, well, so how do we, like, convince people that Coden is, like, a good playable class, right? We make them as sexy as possible, and we just do all kinds of sexual innuendos throughout the entire expansion so that everyone will just be horny as hell for these bears. It was a strategy, and it worked. None of you can lie to me. I know all of you guys have the hots for the bears. You might not be furries. Actually, that technically makes you a furry, but you have the hots for the bears. I do not. But I think the majority of the people have the hots for the bears. They made those bears way too sexy and made the people way too horny for them in the expansion. You know, it's a thing, okay? It's a problem.
I could use some help.
Fuck those bears, literally. I really don't know. I don't see the appeal of that at all. Like, to fuck those bears, literally. I mean, you know, I don't know. I like the idea of playing a Coden. You know, I like the idea, but I'm not horny for them, right? But like, it's a good strategy because you know, sex sells, so making them as sexy as possible and being all like, yeah, we're going to take a bath and we have like our towels around our hips, and then having a lady, she's like, oh my god, you're so big and so strong. It's like, oh my god, please stop. And then having like the little stories that we get about them being like all sexy and stuff, it's just like, oh my god.
Oh, that had to hurt.
That didn't pull her in. That's kind of annoying. This guy might kick my ass. I gotta be careful there. Luckily, I have some self-healing, so staff is gonna be a good weapon for this, for sure.
Urge to kill rising.
Sylvari sim through and through. Well, there was some interesting, because I did release that video about the like pale tree and the Sylvari and whatever, right? But there was actually, and I do want to kind of look at it. I keep dropping frames. It's not a lot, but it's kind of has me worried. Like, I don't really want to open up a website or something, but there are people that talked about the story of Ewan, right? And they talked about how the story of them is actually not, they didn't get transformed into trees, they got transformed into tree people, which is like, I was like, okay, like, that's actually pretty freaking cool, having some kind of warden type of, because again, that's probably what they would be, you know, be like. They would be more warden like than Sylvari like, I feel like. Maybe not, I don't know, even though those are pretty close together. But yeah, I don't know. I keep dropping frames, but like just tiny bits. So let me know how the stream is, you guys. If the stream becomes like really bad, let me know. Doesn't look like I'm dropping a lot. But yeah, I kind of want to look at that, right? I don't know where I can find the scriptures of Melandru in game. So if I can't open a website, where do I go, kind of thing, to read the scriptures of Melandru? I guess we could find it in pre-searing, right? Let me see if I can find it in pre-searing. Let me open that up. Let me open up Guild Wars 1. Would that be, where's the statue? Okay, the statue of Dwayne Melandru. Can you guys see Guild Wars 1? Is Guild Wars 1 in here? Guild Wars 1 is in here. Okay. So you guys can see it. This is my pre-scene character. I have not leveled him at all. He's only level 15, but I did go through and did a bunch of things with him. All right, let's go look for, because now I'm curious. Now I'm curious to see exactly what the wording is on the scriptures, because I believe it's the scriptures that talk about what happened to Ewan. Could be wrong. I don't know. Well, we're gonna find out. But it's kind of nice to see Guild Wars 1, and we won't be here long, but it's crazy. It's crazy. So, do you guys know what this means? Do you guys understand what the position that ArenaNet puts me in with releasing Guild Wars 3? Does anyone know what I'm talking about when I say that? I'm talking about my comparison streams. Because, you know, we might be in ore, but if there's any locations in Guild Wars 3 that we go to that is available to us in Guild Wars 1, then I have a comparison stream where I need to do Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 3 right next to each other. And we need to explore all of that. And that's a lot. That's a lot. I want to change. I've been, as you guys can see, I've changed the chat box. I don't know if I'm happy with it though. Hold on, let me look at it. I don't know why. What's chunky look like? Chunky might be better for my stream. I don't know. I'm gonna kind of do that instead. See what that looks like. Because the more possibilities of Sylvari being in the game, or something that is like Sylvari, the better, right? The higher the possibility is that they actually do include that as a playable race. Like, can we be of the clan of Ewan and be part of the tree people that he got turned into as a playable race? So our origin is human, but we're actually like some kind of weird proto-druid Sylvari thing. I don't know. Kill those Bloodsworn. Oh, give me those worn belts. I'll accessorize like Lulu. Yeah, playable races will exist. Well, I know that, but that's not what I was saying. What I'm trying to say is that, like, I'm hoping we get specifically. I don't know if I like that. Am I gonna go back to clean? Or not clean, boxed? Because the boxed at least had like a background to it, right? So know what our origins would be besides just a Veil Warden of Veil Warden Guild. Oh, I know. Are we like a child? Are we like, maybe we're like, maybe people, so here's a random theory, right? So what if we are like, Raza? What if we're some kind of mist entity and we come out of the mist, but we were created by the gods? And that's what makes us, like, that's why we can use magic, because we're from the mists. But then we get like introduced to society as in like, hey, these guys, you know, these guys are just humans, right? And we are like in a weird disguise. Mistbound? Oh. Hi, Emily. I'm doing well. How are you? Right here. This is it, you guys. See, I don't even have to open a website. That's good. I'm glad to hear it, Emily. Okay, so let's read a little bit about Melandru. And it was that a tribe of godless humans wandered the land, where camped they did lay waste, senselessly destroying everything nearby. And so the tribe set out to find another camp, when suddenly sprouted a wall of thorny branches, which blocked their exit. Then saith Ewan, leader of the tribe, know ye our ways. Whosoever does magic in this tribe shall be put to death. Yet none comes forward. Then from the earth grows forth a large tree, and unfurling its branches reveals the upper torso of a woman. Saith she, I am Melandru, the mother of earth and nature. Henceforth I blind ye to these lands. When they suffer, so shall ye suffer. And as she saith, so was it done. From their limbs sprouted branches, and the blood in their veins was the sap of trees. Then was Ewan and his tribe converted, and became they stewards of nature. So right here, during right around the time that we're talking about, like, playing Guild Wars 1, Melandru had transformed the group of the tribe. Again, the setting of Guild Wars 3 is really interesting because we don't really know what the setting is, right? And yesterday we theorized a lot about potentially the wars that we could be dealing with, or you know, they said specifically that there was a war that happened right around 115 BE, which would be exactly around the date that Colin said the game would take place. There were these wars, or this war that was going on, and when we read a little bit more in detail, it talked about like the different tribes of humans were like at war or something like that, right? So now we hear about a specific tribe that gets transformed into tree people by Melandru. This is in 48 BE. So this is, I mean, this is written way later. Is this an event that happened, you know, what would that be, like 80 years beforehand or whatever, like 70, 80 years beforehand? And then someone just wrote about it now? Or is this something that happened around 48 BE, right? We don't know. But that's very interesting, I think, to look at and to consider when it comes to just having some kind of plant race be playable, or even just be enemies. Like I said, I think specifically the one concept art that we talked about yesterday, where we were talking about Tengu and stuff, I think depicts more of like what we're gonna see as an enemy, which could be a warden-like kind of race, which again is, now that we know the scriptures of Melandru, very plausible to be an enemy that we face. Maybe we get Savari, but they're more elven-looking and Dryadish to give us Savari, but still be different race. Something like that, right? I'm thinking more of like Warden. Like, I'm thinking more of having them look less as like people and more like trees. Like leaning more onto the nature part of it rather than having them look more human. I don't know. NPCs do perhaps enemies, sure, but playable as well, like infighting between them. Oh, that could be, right? Not all of them are evil. I mean, we have, you know, all the playable races in Guild Wars 2 all have their own factions within them, tribes, so to say, right? That are fighting each other, that are fighting the, you know, they're fighting each other. So that's very plausible, for sure. I could see that. So Emily, are you excited? Are you going to be playing Guild Wars 3? Are you excited for it? Or are you just going to be like, you know, I'm too busy with life or something? I mean, there's valid, like, was it Nian was saying, was it Nian that was saying that yesterday? And they ended up commenting on the video as well. They were talking about, and I don't know if any of you guys saw that, but they were saying that they will not be playing Guild Wars 3 because Sylvari are not playable. And they main Sylvari, which I think is maybe a little ignorant because, you know, to me that kind of sounds like, do you not play any other game? You only play Guild Wars 2 because the only race that you ever liked in any video game is Sylvari, right? That's what they make it sound like. You know, because then someone could say, well, you know, they don't have Sylvari in Final Fantasy 14, so, you know, they have to play something else. I'm like, okay, but so is the same in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 3. We don't have Sylvari in that game. Why do we need to in those games? So why do we, you know, why can't they find something else to play?
I don't have enough energy.
Like, I would never knock a game just because they don't have a specific playable race that I maybe want, like a plant-like race or an elven race. Like, I don't know if we're even gonna get an elven race. Are we gonna get an elven race? I don't know. I think it's one of the races that a lot of people really want. Why something I was so upset about it? I mean, I'm not upset about it because it makes sense. But I think ArenaNet knows that though, and I think they understand that, you know, any like an elven race or anything like that is something that people want in games and play a lot. So they probably are looking into that, right? Remember, one of the other things too for I know for Guild Wars 2, you know, because of Guild Wars Eye of the North, they revealed the races right at the beginning, right? And they had the like the Races of Tyria trailer, which was like the second trailer that they ever released for Guild Wars 2, right? And it kind of, you know, it has all the members of Destiny's Edge who are all, you know, different races, and it has them talking with each other. And I always think back of like how Kaith in that video talks about like, oh, magic is not a tool to be used, and you know, it's the flow of the world, and da 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 da, right? And it's you know, really, it's great. It's a great trailer, and I love it. But I always think back in that. But that's because, you know, the races were revealed already with Eye of the North and all those things. Like, people already knew about it. But this time around, they could really have like more playable races than we're aware of, and just really just slowly reveal them after the fact, right? They haven't even confirmed specifically what if we have different playable races. Did they? I never got an answer on that yesterday. I asked yesterday, and no one answered on that. But did they in the stream specifically say? Did they in the stream specifically say, yes, we do have multiple playable races?
Come on.
Because that was not an answer I ever got.
Try attacking me as I lower my guard.
Might even feel like the beta for Guild Wars 3 will be quite different compared to other MMOs. Might even feel stuff out for new race, see what people want and what vibes right. Yeah, but I don't know, because the problem is just trying something out when you're doing a beta.
That's way too slow.
Imagine you do the beta and people say, I absolutely hate whatever elven race they have, and that elves don't fit in the world of Guild Wars, and that they shouldn't do something like that, but they created, like, let's say just a generic elven race, right? And so what if the feedback is that everyone hates them, and they're like, this doesn't fit in Guild Wars. Why are you doing this to us? Why are you destroying our, you know, fantasy of the world that we have, that you yourself have set up, right? Like, and then they have to change it all, right? At that point in time, they have to go back and redo what that race looks like. I don't know. It feels a little. They haven't mentioned races at all, or Guild Wars 3 at all, really, because more info on Guild Wars 3 ain't coming till end of the week or next week. Yeah, that was another thing that I kind of wanted to talk about, was because Nian or Nyan or whatever, I'm sorry that I don't know the name there, how to pronounce it properly, but they kept asking multiple times for me to watch the stream of ArenaNet, of Josh and Colin talking about Guild Wars 2 and all that stuff. But to me, we didn't get like really truly more information. Like, I've seen summaries of people that people had made of the stream, and they talked about they talked about like, oh yeah, you know, they mentioned the Zaitan fight like multiple times, right? And I watched a lot of the stream. I kind of skimmed through a lot of it, but yes, they do mention the Zaitan fight, but it's not like they excessively talk about it or even give us details, right? And then people are talking about, oh, you know, this and that, and, you know, you should review it, you should look at it, you should do like your own little analysis of it. I'm like, I can't analyze anything because they're not giving us any details. They say, yeah, we want to do bug fixing, and yes, we want to do a better Zaitan fight because we pushed it out 3 weeks before the game released. okay, what do you want me to analyze there? Like, there's nothing to analyze. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of seemed weird to me because I was like, I don't know what to say about that because it just is what it is, and there's nothing where I could say, you know, do you want me to have a reaction like, oh my god? Like, I don't do those reactions, and that's not really what I do on the channel, right? Which is probably one of the reasons why my channel will never grow. But you know, I don't know what is at that point expected of me in that sense. So I was just like, I don't know. Like, I'm not doing that because that's just really, it's not, I don't know. It's just not interesting to me, and it's not really anything that really is good content, right? It's not content worthy, really, to sit here and watch a stream of, yeah, you know, you guys are gonna see some changes. Okay. Like, it goes back to the old, like, ArenaNet that's not transparent, but there's a specific reason why they're doing that, is because they want to have themselves content that they can put in blogs, that they can give more details and build the hype for the game, and for, you know, for Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 3 and like all the different things, you know. Yeah, Noel now says just a revelation where it's like, oh, okay, that's why it makes sense. Exactly. It's just kind of like they explain things. It's like, okay, what am I gonna say about that? Like, okay, now we know why the Zaitan fight sucked. We probably could have all guessed that that is why the Zaitan fight sucks, because there's no way that ArenaNet wanted the Zaitan fight to be what it was. And you could kind of, you know, infer by looking at it and comparing it to like other fights and other things and things that they have talked about, that that is probably what happened, that they were just on, you know, crunch in the last few weeks trying to get this out. And so that is exactly what happened. But it's like, okay, but that's not really, is that worthy for me to sit here and discuss? I don't know what I'm going to say about that. It's like, I knew it all along, and the ArenaNet is they're liar. I don't know. Do you want me to be outraged about that? I don't know. Because I'm not. It's because it was very obvious, I think, to anyone that's played the game, you know? So, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't think there's a reason. Looking forward to the fix. Everyone else is saying that. So, yeah, also saying that, so yeah, you're just gonna repeat whatever I want. Well, and that's another thing too. You know, I guess that's not something that that person realizes, but you know, I'm competing with a bunch of other people, right? And when I hear, oh, Muckluck did a video on it, and Mighty Teapot did a video on it, and Wooden Potatoes did a video on it, and Lorenity did a video on it, I can't, you know, I'm gonna get lost in the algorithm anyways, and no one's gonna click it because their favorite streamer, the famous streamers for Guild Wars 2 have already done a coverage of it. What's the point of Arali talking about it? No one gives a shit what Arali thinks. Like, no one cares what Arali has to say ever, you know? So it's just kind of, it's super pointless. You know, I'd rather put my time into actually having good discussion like we had yesterday. I mean, the stuff we discussed yesterday, and I don't watch other people. I don't know what other content creators are discussing on their streams, but I feel like some of the stuff we discussed yesterday, some of the stuff, not all of it, but I think some of the stuff we discussed yesterday, they don't talk about. Like, we talked about specific dates, and we talked about some really interesting subjects and some really interesting, like, you know, very specific theories and very specific ideas too that we had about, you know, things in the game and stuff. And I think not everyone has that, right? Not every content creator has that, which I think makes my streams so interesting, you know, which is a shame that not a lot of people watch them, but you know, I'm just better than everyone else, so it's fine. You know, you stand alone at the top is what they say, right? Disgusting on stream. I'm disgusting on stream too. That's fine. No, actually, you know what? I always take a shower right before I stream because I get so oily and gross when I stream, because like the lighting, and I'm sitting here in front, like the screen, like the light is just, I'm sitting here and I'm, you know, I'm hot and I'm sweaty, and like I get really gross. Like after I stream, I have to like go and wash off my face is always what happens. Because I'm like just gross and disgusting. So there you go. You know more about that. You're welcome. Hello. Hello, the Hoog. The Hook. Discussing, I know. It is indeed discussing. But yeah, I think yesterday was really, really fun. I had a really good time yesterday. Talking about all the different things. Bam. Bam.
I will plant a tent on your corpse.
Gaining adrenaline.
Wow. Okay. Plant a tent on my corpse. That's very nice. You know what? I feel like that's not a dialogue line I've ever heard them say, but hey, I'll take it.
You think that was their whole force?
Yeah, it was fun, and I want to get back into streaming more. You know, I think, like I said, with the whole idea of making clips out of these streams now, where I can take really good discussion points that we do have in these streams, specifically now with like Guild Wars 3, you know, on the horizon. It's a very far off horizon that's almost unreachable, but I feel like a year and a half is going to go by faster than we ever expect. And, you know, we have plenty of stuff to keep us busy until then. You know, I mean, Guild Wars 2 specifically, like, we're finishing Visions of Eternity, and then we're gonna do the Hall of Monuments, which we can already start earning rewards for, you know, by the end of this year. And then we're gonna get the ore map probably sometime next year. I'm guessing early next year or something like that. Like Q1 next year, I feel like. I don't think they gave a specific date, but that's kind of where, like, my headcanon is at. You know, and then we also have, of course, all the revisions. Maybe the map is going to come with a revision of that area, right? It's probably going to come, like you said, Mish, with the Zaitan fight. So probably when they go and do the core maps, and they go back fixing core, you know, once they hit ore, once they go to the Orient stuff. Because I'm going to tell you what, right? One of the things that I thought about yesterday, and I don't think I discussed it too, was the dungeons, right? We talk about the dungeons, and the Ara dungeon will become the most important dungeon in the next year and a half for Guild Wars 2, because that is where we get the majority of the information about Ara and the gods and what happened there, right? We get a lot of the history, a lot of the things, because we talk about the elder races. We talk about the Jotun, we talk about the Mersad, and we talk about the Seers, and we talk about the Forgotten, right? And so, you know, we have the Orient maps, but they're all just like the auxiliary, the outside areas of Ore. They don't talk about, you know, they talk about little things here and there, but to really get a lot of the history part of it, you go to Ara. So a lot of people are going to want to play the Ara explorable paths, but those are if you go right now, if you go on the Ara explorable page on the wiki, it has, I kid you guys not, it has like a giant bracket of a list of bugs in that dungeon, where it's literally like, this is the bug, 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 this is the bug. Like, it has a list of probably like 20 different bugs that are prevalent, that are very game breaking, that are very, you know, you're gonna encounter those very common bugs that are in the explorable dungeon, right? So it's going to be important for ArenaNet to look at that too. They might not want to do that, but it would feel really bad if they release a new Zaitan fight, a new Orient map, and maybe fix other things around an ore or whatever, but then don't look at the explorable path of the dungeon. That's gonna be very rough if they don't do that, I think. 40 years old, it'll definitely go fast. It's almost the 11th already. I felt like it was the 6th yesterday. Yeah, don't even remind me. February or March is when I expect us to get the ore map Zaitan fight. Something like that. It would be really cool if they did it for my birthday in March. I would love that. But yeah, I can't wait. I've been wanting a Corteria map forever. I wanted a Corteria map. I want ArenaNet to add new maps into the game that are not max level maps too, because there's so many areas where they could do that, right? Like, we have a little bit of, you know, they could do like Dominion of Winds as, like, you know, a level, 15 to 25 map that they put here, right? They could do, another map up here, right? That, we have a 15 to 25 here, a 1 to 15 here, right? But they could do another map here that, is maybe like a 25 to 35, right? Or something like that, They could do another map like up here and kind of deal with the centaurs, right? Where they have like a 55 to 65 map, right? Or something like that, right? Or 45 to 55 map, right? They could do that up here, right? And dealing with the woodland cascades. Like, there's so many areas they could do. They could even do like one like south of Wayfarer Foothills where, remember, this is the lake that we find the seer in Guild Wars 1, right? That's like right there. And this area of the world, I recently showed this off in, I don't know if it was a stream or a video or something like that, but I showed this area off. It's one of my favorite areas in all of Guild Wars 1, right? They could have another map that's like a 15 to 25 map or something like that, right? That's like south of Wayfarer Foothills. There's a lot of little areas where they could kind of fill this out, right? Tarnished Coast down here. They could have another map that's like a 1 to 15 map or something like that, or yeah, whatever, For playable Tengu, we're not getting playable Tengu, Mish. Like, it's never gonna happen. Stop trying to make Tengu happen. It's never gonna happen. They could do another Blaze Ridge Mountain map too, right? They could do another Ascalonian map, maybe dealing with the ogres up in the Blaze Ridge Mountains or something. So you could have like a 50 to 60 map up here, or even they could do like a 55 to 65, right? Because they do that a lot here, where they have like 55. There's a 50 to 60 map here, a 45 to 55, a 40 to 50. See what I'm saying? Like here's the 10, right? There's a 25 to 40, 40 to 50, 50 to 60, 45 to 55, 55 to 65, right? And then you have a 60 to 70. So it kind of goes like this in a way, right? Like that's how you're kind of supposed to go a little bit, and you can kind of zigzag in between them, right? They could kind of do the same thing here because we have a 30 to 40, 40 to 50, 50 to 60, 60 to 70, and then 70 to 80, right? You're supposed to kind of do the journey here. But what if they add a map that's up here that's like a 55 to 65 map, right? And so you can jump from here, here and then there and then back here or whatever, like jump around. Maybe they do one up here or something like that. I don't know. They could do that too. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities like that. So, Blood Legion Homeland. Yeah, Blood Legion Homeland would 100% be a... Oh god, I gotta get there. Adeline, hold on. I must get credit. Oh, I got silver. Thank god. I would love Claw Island to become its own map. That would have to be revamp the core story to do that. I mean, would they? Couldn't they just keep the map the way it looks as like, because they do the same thing with Lion's Arch, for example, right? When you go there in the story, it looks like Lion's Arch 1.0, right? So they could have like Claw Island, as in like in the story it looks the way it does, but then when we actually go back into it later on, it actually looks different, and they can kind of add NPCs and add different things into it and just kind of make it look the same way that it does, but just add things to it or something, kind of keep the general structures the same way, but like maybe have it where they're like, oh, because of the assault of the Orions, we want to kind of change what it looks like, and have like some constructions of towers here and there, and some extra security, and some new cannons that they're building, and like new things that they're adding to the general. Oh, my battery is low on my headphones. I tried to charge them beforehand, but I guess I didn't charge them a lot. So I'm actually gonna take them off. I don't know how this is gonna be for you guys on sound. Oh, I need to.
Gaining adrenaline.
Yeah. Ooh, Ziggy is doing a giveaway on twitch.tv, you guys. Any expansion of 800 gems, winner gets choice. Winner's choice every single hour. The Pharaoh has returned. Okay. I'd love Together for open world as part of CORSAIR, I mean. But I guess Claw Island opening up as a map we go to for a reason in the future also works. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that they need to necessarily change it with the story. I think that should just... It should just stay that way. Because I think if they open that can of worms of, you know, hey, we want to kind of, you know, we're adding a map, right? Let's say that we're adding the Orion map, and then all of a sudden they want to involve the story in there or something like that, you know, and have us go there for the story in that map. You know, this just becomes very messy. I think if they leave the personal story alone, beside maybe fixing bugs and stuff, I think they'll be fine with that, you know. So I would just leave that completely alone, the way that it is. I hate doing this heart. This is like my least favorite heart. Or my second least favorite heart. South Sun Cove, change how that... I think South Sun Cove still has really potential to be a good map, but it's just, they don't have any... There's no interesting events. Half of the map is empty with nothing to do. There's no... You know, there's a world boss. I feel like, I don't know, I'm sure people do it. I haven't done it at all. And, you know, it's just, I think, there's really no reason to go back into that game. You know, or into that map, I mean. And that's kind of a shame, because I think it's a great map overall design-wise. So if they could, like, revamp that just with events and have some, like, have a nice meta event even on there or something, have some good rewards that they do there. Maybe do away with a lot of the Karka. Like, you can still have the Karka on the map, but having them be the majority of enemies there. Like, I recently did, I think it was on stream, I recently did one of the, I went in there, and there's that one event where you go to the very start, where the ship, it's the Lion Guard ship that's, like, in the port there. It's not where the waypoint is, it's not where, like, the entrance to the map is, but it's where one of the waypoints you can go to. That event is, like, impossible to do solo, because the Karka spawn so fast that you can't keep up with killing them, and they're really tough enemies, and they're really annoying enemies, you know. So if we get a revamp of that, it would be really cool. Keep the jumping puzzles. I don't mind them. I don't mind them either. I like them both, and I recently did the boss. It's fine, but just the design of the map. Add skimmer adventures. Make a skimmer theme park map. Skimmer, make it official resort. Oh, I don't know. That'd be kind of interesting. Make it like a resort map. You know, that's what I always loved about Final Fantasy XIV, is they have a specific map where all of their, like, mini games take place, right? And that's really cool to me, because I would love to see that. I would love to have a map where you can do, you know, they have crab toss, and they have keg brawl, and they have the bar game with the drinking. I forgot what it's called. You know, having a place where they can put all of those. I know we have an NPC in Lion's R just sitting in the middle, right? And that tells us, well, you know, here is the activity of the day. But it feels so disconnected that you're not really seeing that happen, right? It would be really cool to have a map where there's like a resort where you have, like, different halls where these things are happening, and you can watch them, and then you know, you have, like, little tournaments or something that they introduce with that or something, you know. Well, that's another thing, like, with the, you know, I really like Canucks Pub, and I recently went in there again. This was off stream. I went into Canucks Pub, and I hung out for a little bit, because I was like, you know, I really like this area. I really like this idea of the pub, and doing little mini games with slot machines and stuff like that, and just winning some prizes. But you know, you're in there for about 5 minutes. You do like the little MOA race. You do a couple of slots, which is not really like, you know, it's not actually slot machines. It's just kind of, you know, it's the memory game that you do, right? You do a little bit of the memory game. You get some coins, and that's it. You know, there's a band playing music on stage, but it's like, okay, cool, like whatever. You know, it'd be really cool to have something like. Wouldn't it be awesome if you had Southbound Cove be a theme park map and have a Metal Legion concert there, and have that be like, have us earn Canuck coins through doing doing events there, and doing the Metal Legion concert there, and then get us new rewards with those casino coins, with those Canuck casino coins or something, like a new variant of that. It doesn't have to be the exact same. It would add another, you know, would add another currency to the game, but you know what I'm saying, like, you know, just kind of having something to, you know, events and things to keep us in there, and another way to earn rewards and stuff. Like, I think that'd be really cool to do. Because the ideas of mini games is still something that I really enjoy. And I think ArenaNet hasn't really embraced the idea of doing mini games in games. I think if they did, they probably could create some really, really cool mini games. So yeah, I don't know. Someone said my Raptor is expiring in 6 hours. Am I cooked? And then someone said no, but your Raptor will be. And someone said Naru, or no, and then he responded, Naru, my Raptor. Dude, having dynamic weather. Do you guys think Guild Wars 3 will have dynamic weather? It would be so cool to have dynamic weather in Guild Wars 3. Maybe even seasons? You guys think we will see seasons in Guild Wars 3? Unreal Engine 5, I would hope so. Is that like a thing for Unreal Engine? Like every Unreal Engine 5? I'm not familiar with like engines like that at all. Like, I know that that's like the new one or whatever that I guess most games are using now. You know, newer games are using that new one, Unreal Engine 5, but I don't know if whatever. Maybe we'll have seasons based around the 4 elements like you were showing in the wiki. Like I was showing in the wiki? Seasons? What do you mean? Can I use Unreal had weather, yeah? Not dynamic. It didn't have randomized. It did have weather effects, yes. It did have, like, when you went to the forest, there was like, you know, it was storming and raining until we cleared like the memory there, and then it just kind of cleared out or something like that. It was something along those lines. Seasons of Zephyr. Oh, well, those are but that's the thing, is like they're corresponding to our seasons. They're just the names of them, so that it's not called like it's not called spring or autumn, but it's called like season of the Scion, and season of the Colossus, and season of Zephyr, and season of, what was the last one? It's of the Colossus, of the Scion, Zephyr, and yeah, I'm just saying the games never use the term. Yeah, they use it once in a while. They use it. You will sometimes see it in like written missives and scriptures. Like they will use that. They use that, I believe, more in Guild Wars 1 as well, where I think even some scriptures of the gods specifically talk about like, oh, in the season of the Scion of the year, you know, 700 AE, this and this happened. And it's like, oh, okay, cool, I guess. but maybe Guild Wars 3. Well, that would be kind of cool. I would like that. I would like that. I would like them to really kind of lean a little bit more into the Movelian calendar. Maybe we'll have a seasonal content or dynamic events that only happen during seasons. Well, so now that we're kind of on that subject, it's actually a really... So we talked about the dynamic event system, right? And I talked about how I think the dynamic event system is single-handedly the most interesting and most impactful system to have ever been put into a game, into an MMO specifically. And I think that that would be a really interesting way on expanding on the game if they could make it work, because I can see some issues with it, but have dynamic events be based around seasons and weather effects, right? So have an event only trigger if it's raining, or have an event only trigger when it's snowing, but it only snows in the winter time, right? They could have something like that. That would be kind of difficult, but because when you look at something like, I don't know, legendary collections, and you need to do a specific event, and then all of a sudden it says, well, you need to do this event while it's snowing, or you need to do this event, and that event only triggers when it's snowing, and it's the middle of summer, you're fucked. You have to wait 6 months until it snows, right? So I can see some issues arise with that, 100%. But if they can kind of work around that and keep that, you know, when I think about making legendary weapons for Guild Wars 3 and I think about that kind of stuff, that they keep that in consideration and saying like, okay, well, we only want, you know, you can have events that happen year round, but you can have some events that happen at some points, and we don't use those events for collections, or that, you know, they're just, you know, we don't use any of the seasonal events or the that have any specific requirements when it comes to you know, completion or even activation or whatever, you know. Hold on, I don't want to die right now, so I just have to fight with it here.
Time to blaze a trail.
I feel like Arena can only go up from here and improve on dynamic events unless they absolutely fuck it up. I mean, they can absolutely fuck it up, right? And they can have it, but I think ArenaNet is one of those that will really, you know, I feel like the reason why a lot of things in their expansions and in their updates and their releases don't work is because they rushed it, or they didn't think it all the way through. But I think if they get enough time, which it sounds like they have had enough time to think about Guild Wars 3 and the things that they want to add, and take the lessons that they've learned from Guild Wars 2, I think that at least initially, whatever we get with Guild Wars 3 is going to be really good, right? Again, that doesn't speak to later on updates, right? We don't know. They have content planned for after the game releases, right? They've kind of talked about that. They want to support, you know, they want to support all 3 games, which means that there will be more content in Guild Wars 3, but we don't know what that means, and we don't know how well they will be able to do that, right? So I don't know. But yeah, it would be really, really cool to see them go ham on the dynamic event system and really just, because I would absolutely love a game that's like Kena Bridge of Spirits, right? Because that's the aesthetically and maybe even lore wise is maybe a little bit what ArenaNet is leaning on, and I talked about that. And I actually one of the clips that I have that's coming out in the next few days is from yesterday's stream where we talked about that. But I think that, you know, if they, you know, that's what it feels like they're going to lean on, with a little bit more freedom, because Kena didn't have that much freedom in the movement, right? It was the maps were kind of on track, and you couldn't just like jump over a ridge or glide off of a mountain and go wherever you wanna, right? You had like the level layouts were pretty small and pretty linear in that sense, and so I can imagine the aesthetic of that with the movement of something like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom combined with maybe a same class system like Kingdoms of Emerald Reckoning. That game, in my head, if that is what Guild Wars 3 is, would be absolutely amazing, right? Like the vistas of what Kena Bridge of Spirits had with the, you know, nature-based, the spirits, and you go around and you pray at these different shrines and whatever, and you go around, like, that's already really cool. You know, and you see a lot of green and blue with the magic and the spirits and all that, right? And that's really, really cool. But then you have the movement of like Breath of the Wild where you can like, and I say Breath of the Wild because I feel like Tears of the Kingdom leaned a lot more on constructing zonai and using zonai devices and stuff like that. So that's why I talk about Breath of the Wild a lot more, because that was more, it was more basic, the movement and the, you know, the moving around and stuff like that. But you have that, right? The movement of that and that kind of thing. But then you have a class system like, you know, Kingdoms of Emerald Reckoning, you know, like we talked about in today's video. I think that would be really cool. I can totally see that game be really cool, and that, you know, if they lean on those things, kind of taking the best of those games and making it their own, right? Putting all of those elements into a game that is clearly Guild Wars and that feels very Guild Wars, I think would be really cool. I'd be okay with that. All right, let's do this hard. This hard is done. I don't need to do it. Oh, let's go north. We haven't done that yet. Ooh, I got a new sword. I can use that. And we got a new axe. I can use that in my offhand. And spear gun. Did I get that from leveling, or did I get that? Where did I acquire that? I don't know. I don't think I got that through leveling. I got that through leveling. I know I did. It would be really, really cool. Oh, I thought I was dropping frames. I was not. I was not dropping frames. Got to level 16. Yeah, leveling is so different now. People that start the game now do not understand what leveling was like 14 years ago. Leveling 14 years ago was a challenge. Especially once you got to the point, for me personally, it was the level between about, I want to say about 35 to 70 was like the rough patch. Was like, this is dragging on. And then once you get to like 70, you're really just like, okay, I'm in the final stretch, I can just do this, you know, I can get to leveling. But 35 to 70, there was like, you know, or specifically I want to say like 35 to 60, I want to say, that was really where it was just like, oh my god, what? Like, I'm like, I don't even know. Everything is hard. I don't have the right equipment. I don't, because you don't get your third attribute or your third trade line until level 71. And so it felt very like you didn't really progress and you didn't really get stronger beside finding the right equipment, because even a lot, and that's another thing that's might not be very apparent to people, but when you look at those maps and you look at those karma rewards from the renowned hard vendors, a lot of them are the same, and a lot of them are, you know, they just have different names, but they have like the same stats. And so you don't really start seeing the stat increases until like 60 plus, like maps with 60, like level 60 or higher, where all of a sudden they now have like a third attribute, and it's not just adding 30, but you now have like 40 points that you're getting out of it, right? And you see some significant like increase there. You know, that's when they start adding rares. You know, you start getting rares and that can drop, you know, and so you get stronger in that way. But that doesn't, you know, between 35 and 60, it's kind of stagnant, and there's not really the increase in things that you find, and it's kind of like, oh my god. I could go back to all those maps and do renounce to get to 80, but I'll just continue my half-assed method for now. Lornar's Pass is next on my list. Lornar's Pass is for that, it's like perfect for that, like half-assing, because it's a huge map and you just can go around and just walk through it and do whatever events you see and do whatever hearts you feel like doing, and you can still gain like 20 levels. It's crazy. Yeah, I think they need to revamp the trade lines leveling, which is in discussion with Hall of Monuments. Is that right? Did they say that they're looking into that? I suggest level 20 for the first trade line, 40 for the second, 60 for the third, with unlocking lineup with unlocking use of relics. And actually that's when you can use superior runes and sigils as well, as like level 60 is when you can still use it. I understand why they have 70, because you do have those at 60. You get the use of superior sigils and runes. The problem is that you don't have access to them in the core game. They don't drop. Like, we barely ever get to see... You see major runes drop, which are, I think, available at 45 or something. You can use them at 45, I want to say, is like the first rare sigils that you can use. But you don't see... you don't see superior runes or sigils drop in the core game. So using that as an excuse of saying, well, that's why the trade line, the third one, is at 71, because you do get kind of an equipment upgrade at level 60, but it doesn't really happen, right? Yes, you can do the dungeons and get superior runes there, but again, that's really hard to do, and you would have to do the explorable paths, which is really hard to do anyways, and not a lot of people do it. So I think so they could either lower the level requirement to unlock the other trade lines, or they could increase the drop rates of superior runes, or find, you know, some other way to have those other superior runes drop. But then that kind of impacts the economy as well, because if more people have access to superior runes, that would give them access to the dust that you need to create the legendaries, and that kind of offsets the price there too. So they have a lot of things there to consider. They should just remove runes and make relics a more common thing for early game. Yeah, I don't know. That's again something they'll have to like look into. I'll be right back, you guys.
take you there.
All right. I still think my idea of legendary items being available for a low-level character is the thing they should look into. We earn the legendary, let me level a level 1 character using it. I just choose my stats, choose my fashion, and level without worrying about my gear. Would actually encourage people to level normally instead of boosting. I agree with that. I think because we have those, like, what are they called? Those blood weapons that you can get with, like, faction provisioners, those bloodbound weapons or something like that they're called. And those are like rare, and their stats increase based on the level that you're at. They should do that 100%. I agree with you, because by the time that you have a legendary item in that slot, you're gonna have enough money to get whatever equipment you need while you're leveling anyways. So there's no point. It just becomes a tedious afterthought to have proper equipment. You know? Yeah, and I mean, it's a smart thing because you don't have to worry about them. You know that, even if you use your tokens on it, you know that using those tokens, you will always have a max level character. Or a max gear for your character, right? Whatever you're doing while you're leveling until you get to 80, right? Because you don't need anything better than rare, when you go all the way to level 80, right? You don't need anything better than that. That's all you really need. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think that should be 100%. Ooh, we can use a greatsword. So, well, maybe you should go onto their forum posts and suggest that as one of the bug fixes. Can't even get bound armor, but yeah, I gotta craft it. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I don't care. Like, you get new equipment so much in this game as you're leveling, and again, the leveling experience has been so diminished over the years because it's become so easy to level, right? Power creep has taken over many parts of this game, and so it's just like whatever, just do whatever, just go in and do whatever, right? And it doesn't matter. Like, you can walk around with a pointy stick and you'll be fine. Well, yeah, the armor pieces that we get, right? They should be a part of that too. They should be like different bound armors that we get, maybe with like different stat sets, and they can kind of have it in there where it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, you get at this story step, you get this bound armor, which is like, you know, it's like a healing set or whatever, right? And then at this stage, you get a set that is more, you know, that's a berserker set or something, right? And you just kind of, as you go higher, you get these better sets, but they still level with you. So even if you don't do that story step, you still have a bound armor set that is still leveling with you, even if you choose not to do more of the story or whatever. And or you just say, you know what, I'm gonna save the story until I'm level 80 or something, you know. I don't know if they should do exotic with it, because then that means by the time you get to level 80, you have a set of free exotic armor. And I still think that is a very important step in newer people figuring out the game, that they need to get like gear, and they need to gear up, right? And so that is what leads them to do things like fractals and raid encounters and you know, all these other side things like World versus World, because they need to get equipment. But if they have you know, bound equipment that is exotic level, and by the time they level up, they're gonna have, you know, exotic level equipment, and then they're never gonna look into any of that, and they're gonna be like, okay, well, I have equipment that's really good, and you know, any guide that I look online says to get exotic, and I have exotic gear, so what do I do now? You know, I feel like there's a little bit of a disconnect. Could be the same, won't allow runes. I guess they could do something like that. But I still feel like that there's people out there that would be like, oh, well, how important are the runes really? Like, I still have exotic equipment. Like, yeah, I can't put runes on it, but that's okay. The thing is, I think the main problem that we run into at that point, you know, if we're discussing something like that, is the atrocious introduction to anything that's equipment or anything that's, you know, leveling or your classes. Like, the no tutorial of ArenaNet and Guild Wars 2 in general is just awful, to the point where everyone has to look up guides outside of the game because it's just so unintuitive the way that they bring you into the game, you know. And so I don't know, but yeah, we'll have to see what they do. I mean, they're gonna do some changes, but again, I'm not gonna go on the forums and do anything like that. I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm streaming and I do videos like that, and they don't watch my streams and they don't watch my videos, so it's just whatever. I don't care, you know. Why would I go on their forums and do all of that? It's like, if they really cared, they would try to find that stuff. Like, if they really cared about my opinion specifically, I'm saying. Like, my opinion is out there. That's all I can do. That's all I'm going to do. Has Ascended runes built into it?
Good. Because my lips are airtight.
I guess. I wish they would just get rid of the rune set anyways, because all they are now, the runes, is just stats. which is just, you know, for the most part, right? Like 90% of them. And the ones that everyone uses are specifically like stat increases and stuff. There's nothing really meaningful in those anymore, which is kind of sad. Woo. So this challenge is a little bit trivialized by the way that I can I dance? I can do that to get, oh, and volume 1 is now finished with that. Boom, that gets me a whole nother level. And then 2, I have already finished a bunch. So we're now level 18. I like it. Using the bank, depositing materials, all of that. Just make runes a part of stat selection on armor, but instead of each armor having us select stats, we just select a rune set for one piece of armor and select full set. I feel like that's, yeah, but it just, I don't know. I think that's superfluous, and it makes it so convoluted for no reason, because then you have like, oh, okay, you have ascendant armor, and then you gotta get runes for it that then just like further increase the stats on it. If you have legendary, you can select that. They should just like get rid of the rune system completely, and what they should do is they should have you select the stats on an armor piece like we regularly do, right? And then, you know, have runes be a consumable that then lets us shoot. Maybe it's this, I mean, that's kind of the same thing that you're saying. I don't know how I would improve it. I have no idea. I don't have a good idea on it, honestly. I just think that, I don't think, oh, look at that. I don't know, it's just like, that sounds really convoluted though too. Like like consuming them and then having them be selectable in your armor thing. Like you have them, they're almost like a currency that you can plug into your armor or something. I don't know if we get completely, I mean, if we kind of do what you say and we do like we get rid of runes completely until ascended armor, and you can only use runes in ascended armor, or like level 80 exotic armor or something like that. We limit it to like max levels can only use runes, have rune sets in there. You could really have them be like consumables, where you can have like a drop down menu of like, okay, you have kind of like how the stat system in PvP work, right? This, if we look at the stat system in PvP, where you like select an amulet and those are your stats, it's kind of the same thing where you unlock different rune sets, and you have to use like the rune as a like a token of the rune itself as a token in order to unlock it anytime you use it. And then legendary just lets you use whatever you want whenever you want, and you don't have to actually get these tokens or whatever, right? The actual runes or something like that.
One they won't learn, I'm sure. I'll have to take that camp to prevent another attack.
So I don't know.
Maybe get some rest.
I don't know how I would fix it. I think it's a fundamental issue that has, I think ArenaNet, the chance to fix it has come and gone, in my opinion, with when they did the relic system. Like I said back then, when Secrets of the Obscure, was it Secrets of the Obscure that did it? Yeah, Secrets of the Obscure was announced, and they added, you know, relics. I mean, I said back then, I was like, this is the time for ArenaNet to really fix the rune system and the sigil system, and they fucked it up even more than it was. And I was just like, great, you made a system that you have even worse now by adding another system that's just as bad as the first two and making it just as superfluous and convoluted as possible, just for no reason. It was like, oh my god, ArenaNet, what? You're way better as a company than that. Way better than that. I mean, doing this challenge run doesn't really help when you have Summer Game Fest boost as well, but this is a good way to trial it out and see if this is maybe a better way for this challenge run. I'm still thinking that maybe the weapon part of it, maybe I shouldn't be using the weapons that I find and really go with just the starter weapon, because it doesn't do a lot of damage, right? And so it makes the whole challenge harder, not in the sense that you take more damage, because that's the issue that I run into with the challenge run of not having armor, is that you just die in one hit. So the challenge is almost impossible because you're bound to get hit by an enemy, right? That's when you start adding luck as a factor, and I don't like relying on luck as a thing like that, you know? So I want it to be more skill based, and I think with having just lower damage, it becomes more skill based because you're you know, you still have the ability to get better armor, but yeah, I don't know. So that's what I think about this challenge run. So I think with adding the added idea of being able to create a or wear the armor that you find kind of thing. I think I figured out this challenge run with that. I think that gives enough, that still has enough difficulty in the game, and but it still is not, like I said, where you add like a luck factor, you know, because there's many situations that you find yourself in where all of a sudden you're getting overwhelmed by enemies, and if you don't have armor, and like I said, you get one shot, you know, at level 40 you get like one shot by enemies if you're not wearing armor, even if you're that same level, because you just don't have the stats on your body, on your character to survive, you know, any hit. Could be a random just screech from anything, you know, let alone maybe having some kind of event veteran that you're facing, or maybe, you know, some kind of elite or something that popped up. Yeah, boom. Ugh, I really wish they would work on Greatsword. Alright. Oh, I was gonna do the Queen's Forest. Off to the Queen's Forest we go. And then I'm gonna make my way downtown, and I'm gonna make sure I walk fast and pass a lot of faces. I'm super excited. Like, just yesterday's discussion about the class system and stuff, I didn't really talk about it, but I'm very excited to see what they do. It doesn't matter what they do with it. I think, like I said, if they lock us into a class and we can't change our class, I would be a little upset about that. I would be a little, you know, sad, but nonetheless, I'm very excited to see, because I think ArenaNet is very creative in those types of things, and I think they did really well with Guild Wars 2 and the skill systems. I know that a lot of people don't like what the skills look like, and it's all like too much, and I know that when you get like a meta event, there's all just like explosions everywhere and you don't even know what's happening, but I really enjoy that part of the game just a lot. I think they did really well with it. Solid class identity, which is fair, and I get that, you know. I just think it's very restrictive, you know, and I don't know how I feel about that. Especially if ArenaNet wants us to maybe just play one character, you know, and it's, I don't know, they had to, like, for example, they had to go back on the way that the die system worked in Guild Wars 2 because they wanted it to be as alt friendly as possible, but the issue was that dies were character specific, right? And they had to add all these systems over the years, right? We look at the wardrobe system, we look at the achievements. Were achievements always character? No, they were always account bound, I'm pretty sure. Achievements, yeah. But there was a lot of systems that they added over the years that pretty much changed. Like we used to have gold be character, right, based on like each character had their own bank, their own gold, which is how Guild Wars 1 was, right? There was a lot of systems they had to add because they needed to make it more alt friendly, and I really want them to just immediately do it to the point where it's like, well, you know what, you don't even need to have alts. Like that's kind of what I want us to get into, where it's like, no, you can just play your one character, and your one character, your main character, can do all of the things. You know, your warrior can become a ranger, and you can change your class. I mean, even if we need to go and talk to, you know, a priestess of Melandru and say, hey, we want to become a ranger, and then you change your class that way. Like, I would be fine with that too. I just really don't want my main character to be locked in into one specific class, I don't think. But calling excitedly talking about the joy of movement and how that's going to work in combat, and that combat's going to be more tactical and you have to be wary of your surroundings. Got a feeling we'll be able to do fancy movementing fights. Oh, movement in fights. Jesus, my God, Orali, just read it. Like jumping off walls. Yeah, I love when the gold became account bound. Was that it? I felt rich. Oh yeah, it was the same for me for sure. Because I had all these different characters that all had like God knows random amounts of money, and then all of a sudden it's all one, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so rich. Yeah, I want to see what they mean by that. I'm gonna have to see more of that. I'm gonna have to see more of what they mean when they say we want it to be movement based and things like that. I'm really like, and the momentum and those things. I really want to see how they implement that. Because Guild Wars 2, I don't know, maybe rose-colored glasses, maybe I'm just like a fanboy or whatever, but I feel like Guild Wars 2 already kind of does that, right? Because if you don't move in Guild Wars 2, you're dead. Like, that goes for raid encounters, raiding, fractals, open world. I mean, any meta event, if you don't move, you're dead, right? But he talks about how, like, the movement plays into the combat itself, I guess, right? So it's more so that, like, moving, you can do more things by moving around. I don't know. Wonder what people will think if the combat is more turn-based, like Dragon Age. Action combat, but you can pause and queue up skills. I mean, that's kind of rough to do because you know, you're talking about an online, you know, online open, like an MMO, right? And so there's other people, so you can't just like pause. You can't pause the game, right? Is that what you're talking about? Like pausing the game, like Knights of the Old Republic kind of thing? Oh my God, this guy's gonna kill me. Level 10 boar.
I'm in bad shape here.
Jesus. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah? Or like a slow time like VATS in Fallout or Skyrim's kill cam. Yeah, I don't know. I would hate that. I personally would hate that. I would hate a little bit more because I think you're saying that because he's talking about like it's supposed to be like a strategic, more strategic or whatever, right? But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't like that system personally.
Come along now.
Because I'm just not a fan. It feels tedious to me, systems like that. And that's a personal thing. I'm not saying that that is matter of fact or that, you know, other people should feel the same way or whatever. But to me, it feels kind of a tedious system. Because I've never played Fallout myself. I've never played any Fallout games, but I've watched people play Fallout. And I'm like, I don't know. It would be an optional system. How would you make that optional though? If that's part of the actual like combat system. Yeah, I don't think people would really like that too much. I don't know. I think maybe they would be divided on it. Like, I think there would be some people that would be totally on board with it, but I think there would be a lot of people that would be kind of upset about it, especially because Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 are not like that. And I don't think that, I don't know. I mean, maybe it could work. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm like projecting my feelings too much on that. Yeah. Alright, doing this event should do really well for me. You're playing Blizzard Evolve without ever using that. Yeah, but I think if ArenaNet is gonna implement a system, they want people to use it.
The beast is getting away. After him.
It seems, yeah, but that's not necessarily how it is. It might look that way, but it doesn't. I feel like when it comes to, because it's more, it feels more by the end of it, because you have like a party of 8 by the end of it, it feels more like a real-time strategy game where you can't just like pause and nothing is on pause. You have to like react to things that are happening in the moment. A lot more, right? Like someone gets interrupted or someone is casting a spell and you have to interrupt them and things like that. I feel like are very important in Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1. And so I feel like it's not, oops, I didn't mean to mount. I feel like it's not quite like that in Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1 has a little bit more of like the party, you know, the party is so large that it feels like a strategy game. And so that's kind of what you have to do. You have to manage your parties. It almost feels a little bit like Warcraft, right? And I feel like maybe they took some inspiration from Warcraft, from specifically Warcraft 3. I don't know about 1 and 2. I never played 1 and 2. But Warcraft 3, right, you have you can get these heroes or these champions or whatever they're called, right, of like each race, and you go around, you can go in the story or in the whatever, like you can make those and you can go around and they level up, right, and they level up and they get like different skills, and I think you can even like equip them with things or something. That might be Defense of the Ancients or something. I'm not sure if I'm confusing those two right now, but you know, it feels very much like that, where you have these heroes almost in a party that you have to lead around and you have to use the skills to the best of your ability in like a strategizing kind of way. I don't know. Yeah, Warcraft 3 is really great. I love that game, and one of my all-time favorite video game characters actually comes from that game. But yeah, I love that game. I played so much of it, and then I played Dota. I when Dota was like huge, I played Dota back in the day. Actually, like I absolutely loved it. I was in love with playing Dota. It was so cool. And I love the lore of Warcraft, and I loved all of those things. It was so fun. Warcraft 3 was a great, and that was a great time for gaming too. They had a lot of really good games at the time that had come out. We can do this event here. You should do a playthrough. I heard Reforged isn't that great. I heard a lot of people say that it's total garbage. I don't know why, but I've just heard that. Is that true?
If they served ale in the mist,
Should do a playthrough of that though. I mean, I could do that. I probably wouldn't do it on this channel. I would do it on the other channel, on my second channel. But yeah, I mean, I can put that on the list. God knows there's like 700 games on the other list. So many games. I cannot even.
all of it.
Check it out for yourself. If you liked Warcraft 3, you like Reforged. So what's actually the enhancements in Reforged?
You will be broken.
There's one to remember me by. Adrenaline rising.
Is it just like graphically better, or is there like actually some quality of life that... Oh really? That destroys the thing? That's really stupid. Alright, cool. So, but I guess I mean, I don't know. I could find out for myself.
You seem
Beep.
one of my lovely kegs.
Environments, UI, gameplay, quality of life. I wonder why it was so hated by people then. I mean, I'm really hesitant to buy anything that's Blizzard nowadays. I've really come to hate Blizzard. And so it's really like, I'm like, I don't want to give them any of my money. I'm one of those people, like, I vote with my wallet, okay? I'm 100% one of those people. I'm like, if I don't like something, I stop buying their products. Like, I stopped buying, like, EA games completely.
Centaurs took my ale, all of it.
There's certain exceptions that I make, I guess. I think there was something recently that I played that I didn't realize it was, like, EA or something. But like I do the same with Blizzard. I don't really the last thing I bought from Blizzard that I got, you know, with Blizzard's name on it was Diablo 4 at half off. And I didn't have a good experience with it. And so I was like, well, you know, I got it half off. You know, instead of $70, I paid $35 for it. I did get, you know, probably like 30-40 hours out of it maybe. Dropped it and never picked it back up. Right, it was like one of those where I was like, well, this is it. Nothing was done for the voice acting, but the voice acting was great. I love the voice acting. It was a little awkward, and it was like an early 2000s whatever kind of thing, but I like the voice acting in Warcraft 3. I thought it was good. And they deleted the original. Yeah, but you know, that makes sense to me. Why would they keep the original when they have a new version? You know, that seems like a weird thing for people to complain about, right? Like, oh, I can't buy the original. Yeah, because they have a new version that's better.
Centaurs took my ale, all of it. What am I supposed to do?
Like, why would they still be selling the other version of it? It's the same with, you know, we recently talked about Spyro. They're never gonna port the original Spyro trilogy to any new platform. Why would they?
So precious.
They now have the Reignited trilogy, which is, you know, it's not really a remaster. It's more of a remake. I guess. I don't know. It's kind of on the line there between the two, I think. Oh, I know. People are weird. I mean, some of the shit that I get as comments, dude, is like, I mean, I try not to be rude to people in my comments, but holy fuck. They make me want to pull my own hair out.
Is that all of it? I could have sworn I had more. I'll wait here a bit longer, just in case.
Like, it's kind of crazy. I'm trying to see if I can find like a good example. Yeah, there's like this crazy person called Mish King that says, "Look, Ma, I'm on TV," and they said it twice. It was really annoying. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I did get some really sweet things though too. I got some really cool, like there's one that says, "If all creators speculate about something in Guild Wars about lore, come to Raleigh and find the most hidden secrets." I love that. I'm like, yay, come to me and look at all the secrets. But there's some stuff where I'm like, bro, what? Like there was one, and again, I'm not trying to shout anyone out. Like this is public info. This is not private conversations that I have with people. You're putting yourself out there, right? So I feel like I can talk about it. But someone said on the Asura video, right? They said Guild Wars 2 I don't know. It says Guild Wars 2 are hairless with large eyes because they lived. So I think they were saying in Guild Wars 2, Asura are hairless with large eyes because they lived for thousand plus years underground. That's why surface dwelling Asura from Guild Wars 3 are shown with hair. They haven't devolved yet. And I was like, what? How would in 1,000 years like that's not how evolution works. Evolution doesn't go like, us humans to get to the point where we are now took like millions of years, like hundreds of thousands of years to get to that point. And they want to say that Asura went from being super hairy to like 1,200 years later being completely hairless because they went underground and completely devolved. Okay, first of all, what I want to say about that is that we see one Asura that kind of has a little bit more hair on their face, okay, which I actually posted in the video where I talked about the Asura. I used specifically, there was a specific reason why I used the concept art of Gix, because Gix looks just like that. He has like a full-on like head of hair and like sideburns and like even a beard, that because we see this Asura from the side, that's all it could be. It could be an Asura that has a full head of hair with some sideburns, some like really big sideburns or something, and like a beard underneath, right? It could look like that because we see it from the side. I don't know. And there could be some lighting shenanigans. On top of that, all the concept art shows the Asura the way that we see them in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. Right? If you look at the concept art, they're not hairy. They look like little goblin creatures. That Asura in that trailer. And I can see that. I can see where everyone is coming from. I know that maybe my explanation for it is a little fluky, and it's not very like, oh, whatever, Raleigh's full of shit. But if you look at the other concept art, the Asura don't look hairy. They do not like you know, you look at those and we see, and I'm not basing it off of one concept art. I'm you know, there is multiple Asura in these concept arts that you can see that are not hairy. There's no hair coming off of them, when right next to them is a Coden where you can see the hair coming off of them, right? Like, I don't know. There's the same Asura that has a little bit more hair, so I can see that, right? I don't know. Do they look hairy to you? No, see, that doesn't look like hair. That looks like a regular Guild Wars 2 Asura. That just looks like... So some of them look like they have hair on their ears, maybe? I don't know. Those stands... This here almost as well. The main point is that it's definitely Asura as a concept of a clear female one. Looks like Timey hair. In the concept art, looks like Timey. Which one? There's multiple of them in the concept art. You mean the one where they're all in the street? Oh yeah. But like, hold on, let me pull it up for you guys. Am I losing frames? Oh, I'm losing a lot of frames, you guys. I can't open a website. Why is that happening? Okay, no more website. We're done with websites now. Is the stream breaking up? I'm dropping a lot of frames. It looks fine. Why is it telling me that I'm dropping a lot of frames? Yeah, I can't even open it. Let me see if I can just open a picture. Because I have them downloaded, I'm pretty sure. At least the one that I want to look at. Do I have the, yeah, I have all of them here. We can look at this particular art here. Seems fine. Yeah, it looks fine, but like my computer, like I just lost 13,000. I was at 1900 that I had lost, and I went up to 13,000 dropped frames. Something is going on. I don't know if it's my internet or what's going on. I mean, I am trying to multi-stream, but I didn't have any issues yesterday. I didn't drop a single frame yesterday streaming 5 hours doing the same thing. So I'm like, I don't know why all of a sudden today I'm having an issue, right? Like, it's so fucking annoying. It drives me crazy. Okay, hold on. Let's pull this up here. Because I'm really trying to like get a good quality stream out to you guys, like quality wise, not, you know, God knows my mouth and my face, no one wants to see that. So do I not have a picture there? Guess I don't. But you're not lagging, so the info is wrong. Well, but I don't know. I mean, the system hasn't lied to me yet. Hasn't lied to me yet, so I don't know. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this. We're gonna look at this as soon as we can see my face. Hello? Oh my. Okay, hold on. We can do this. And I can do this. Do it like that. Seems fine. Well, it could be your internet provider. They have bad days like everyone else. Yeah, well, you know what? They need to stop with their bad days. You need to keep having good days forever and ever and ever. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, and Dragona in chat can confirm this, we have way more issues than we need to ever have and should ever have with them. And I have recently done a lot of research, I will tell you that, and I haven't told her that, but I did a lot of research into trying to get a different internet provider out here. And honestly, for the money that we pay, which is, we pay good money, but it is in our area the best that we can get. We cannot, I've looked everywhere, and what they want to give us and the maximum they can provide to us is like not even close to what we're getting now. So Yeah, you're talking about this one right here. Yeah, so this looks like Timey, but you can clearly see that there is no, like, you know, you can see that there is no hair here, right? You look at this one and you can clearly see the division of that is the hair here, and then you have the ear right here, and then that's the regular Asura face, right? Same with this one. You can see that there's not really, like, it doesn't look like hair on there. It just looks like it has, like, you know, hair there or whatever. This one, I might be a little inclined to say that that's not hair, but that's the ear shape, right? That's like a specific ear shape that they have. Have you looked into the different wire thing that I talked about before? I did, and we cannot get that here. Yeah, we can't get that here. So you can't get that from here. Look at this guy. He has like a mustache. I really love that we have a an ice bear. We have a northern Coden. We have a highland Coden, not a lowland Coden, but a highland Coden. But yeah, that doesn't look like hair to me either. Okay. Some of these humans are quite large. Which ones? That's clearly a Coden, because you can see the bare feet. Even though that looks a little jank here, but whatever, it's concept art. I'm not gonna knock it. That's clearly a Coden. That human looks perfectly sized. This guy is this is a forced perspective. He might look larger than his brother standing next to him, but he is closer to the camera, or to what, you know, to the artist's eye or whatever, right? These look like normal sized humans to me compared to an Asura. This is a fairly large Asura, actually. It's not very short. Like, usually Asura go a little bit lower than that, I want to say. They go about 3 feet. This is probably like a 4 foot. So if this is new game is about the past, then maybe they had hair in the past. So that was what we were just talking about. I was just talking about how there was a comment made on my video where someone said that they had hair because it's in the past. They had the same argument. The problem with that is it was only 1,200 years before Guild Wars 1. Okay, Guild Wars 1 Asura were just as hairless as Guild Wars 2 Asura. Okay. So I don't think that 1,000 years underground changes that so significantly from having a very hairy body to all of a sudden not having any hair, right? Like, I just don't think that. I think that it's like a perspective thing, and you can see it on here as well. That's what I'm saying. And also, why would they have such a stark difference between some of them having hair all over the face and then many of them looking like regular Asura? Maybe we're looking, okay. The next one is Purple Asura is beefy. Yeah, but he's a warrior too. He's a chunky little guy, but he's a warrior, right? He's wearing a full-on knight's armor. So yeah, he's a chunky Asura. Which is, you know, I can totally see that. I mean, they're all, quite frankly, they're all very chunky. Like, all of these guys. Like, look at that leg. Look at that fucking leg. It's like there's no, like, it's kind of missing. I don't know if it's a color thing or something. I can't really see if, like, you know, they have pointy feet. You know, they have, like, I don't know. I can't see their feet too well, but yeah. Women have less hair, of course. So all the male Asura are going to be very hairy, and the female ones are not going to be hairy. I mean, I guess they could do that. Oh, look at that. There's another ear here. Does it look like it has hair on it? It just looks like it has spots on it to me. Yeah, I mean, if this game took place like 10,000 years ago during like the last Dragon Rise or right after or something, I could be like, yeah, oh, they're gonna be hairy or something, right? But like 1,000 years, evolution takes a lot longer than that. I'm trying to see if there's any other interesting details that we can make out. You know, there's like herbs hanging and... I don't know. There's no... I don't see a flag. It's very like, you know, there's no symbols on these, right? You would see something on that, right? You would have like the Orient sigil on there or something like that. We don't have that. There would be something on here, right? They left that very blank on purpose, which makes sense, but it's a shame because we don't get to see anything. All I know is if Coden is my Sylvari, I'll be fine and happy. I mean, it looks like we're gonna play Coden for sure. Let me... So here's the Gix art that I was talking about, right? And Gix has, you know, hair and a beard, right? Which is not completely unheard of for Asura, right? And this is in Guild Wars 2. So I could see some of them having more hair, but being like monkey-like, like that, you know? I don't know. But I do like Asura. If these Asura's personal story in Guild Wars is good, I'll enjoy playing them. Yeah, if they have something like that, I mean, again, we don't really know what they're gonna do. Let me... Where is it? It's way down here. I have too many things. What? Hello? Okay. Hold on. There it is. You guys can already see it. Oops. Had way more impressive sideburns than gigs. Hold on. I want to look at something real quick. I can't actually. I can't Google anything. I was gonna see if there's a way for us to zoom in, but I think I have a solution to that. All right, so the next shot right here, okay? After the tapestry, after the 6 gods. I just want to look at the 6 gods again. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see Abaddon. Look at my BFF. One other thing, and I'm gonna do the playback speed here really slow, and just watch that Asura, okay? The speed I'm gonna do like slower, even slower. I want to go really slow, but watch that Asura. Watch the Asura. Hello, hey. See how he bops up and down? Like he's almost like in combat animation. Do you see how... Why does the screen do that? Why does it immediately... like the moment that I need to see, it gets blurry. See how he kind of bobs up and down? Not upside down. Up and down. Can you guys even see that? Oh, you guys can't see that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh no. Hold on. There we go. I wonder if I can... I wonder if I can do this. Hold on. I'm trying something, you guys. Does it... It doesn't pick up the actual magnifying. was trying to pick. I was trying to do the magnifying glass for you guys, but we can't really. Okay, so let's get rid of that. NCSoft gave it away without ArenaNet's permission that Guild Wars 3 will be more narratively driven than your normal MMO. I said this before and I know people want to deny or hate it, but Guild Wars 3 is going to be even more story focused. That is the bop up and down Asura combat. Yes, it is. It doesn't like it looks exactly like a Guild Wars 2 Asura in combat as the way that he bobs up and down in the trailer. If you look the way that he bobs up and down, it looks like an Asura in combat in Guild Wars 2. But I can guarantee you that he's not as hairy as people think he is. which is the sentence I thought I'd never say. I don't think he's as hairy as you guys think he is. What? No. Okay, there we go. I don't know. That didn't do anything. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm trying out to get this. So it says go to tools, effects and filters, video effects. No. Yes. Geometry tab. You guys can't see what I'm doing. Check the interactive zoom. Ooh. Close. A small picture in the picture will appear. Drag the bottom. Okay, so I can drag this around. So we're gonna watch this. I'm gonna do it even slower. Enhanced. That's what she said. Can I regress with some of the story? But I think story is what Arena is best at. I agree. Okay. Like, I think the choice of Asura was very... what am I supposed to do with this VLC? Really? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? It's like AI created this freaking picture for me. It's so blurry. And it's so pixelated. Let's just like let it figure out its thing. So we're gonna go through. I want to look at it because I kind of want to make an argument for the not hairy version. I want to keep talking about that. So I think specifically, actually, there is a specific moment right here where you can kind of see that this is like all shadowed, but I don't think that this is necessarily hair. And we can go frame by frame, right? So to me, it feels like... And then it does this shit. Fucking goddamn. I mean, why? Why does it keep doing... Stop doing that. Like, right in the moment that I need it to not look like that, you still... do you think this is... I don't think she's dwarven. She doesn't look like a dwarf to me at all. But this doesn't look like hair to me. To me, this looks like they picked a brown Asura that has some kind of like lighter eye area with brown hair. That's what it looks like to me. Like, I can see where some people think that all of this is hair, but I don't see that. Can I make this smaller? Can I? Oh, yeah, okay. Like, this to me doesn't look like hair. The armor looks ceremonial? Dwarven? How does it look dwarven? Dwarven armor has a lot of, doesn't have a lot of red. Dwarven armor is very brown and very neutral colored, more like what this guy is wearing. But he also looks very interesting because he doesn't look like a bear to me. He looks like a giant beaver to me. He looks like to me he looks like a weird mixture of a beaver and like a guinea pig or something, or like a capybara, whatever it's called. Like, does that look hairy to you? When he turns around and looks at the rider? That doesn't look dwarven to me. The dwarves are like... they're like fat. It's just a short human. I feel like dwarves would be... She's not. She looks very short. I will 100% give you that, but if you compare size comparisons, there was an image from a long time ago that actually shows, not this one right here does it better. When you look at some of the races, you can see that the tallest Asura versus the shortest female woman, there's not a lot of difference. Really. Let's not do body size type thing. She could be a fit dwarf, a lithe dwarf. I don't know. I'm still focused on the Asura. I don't really care about that lady. God knows I don't give a shit. But that doesn't look like, when he turns, watch, he turns. That doesn't look like a hairy face to me. That looks like a regular old Asuran face, no hair on the ears, none of that. I could see them maybe having more options on like ears, where they maybe have hairy ears. I care. Well, good for you. I don't know. Again, we don't know. I don't think that's a dwarf though. I really don't think that's a dwarf. I really, really don't think that. What could it be? I don't know. But I don't think it's a dwarf. I don't see it. I don't see it because also when you compare it to the Coden that's standing right next to them, he doesn't appear very much taller than her. And he's like standing up, it looks like. He's like getting up. Because they're all, like, that's the scene, as they're all kind of standing up at this point, right? And that's them kind of like rising up, but he doesn't look very much taller either. I think they're showing us, why show 2 humans besides showing the different genders? I think they're showing us 4 races. I mean, I don't know. What about these guys? Oh my god, the green tapestry really scared me. Look at that thread all green. Can't see anything because it's all fucked up. I love that you're so convinced that it's 4 races that they're showing us. I mean, they could be. I just don't believe in dwarf. I just don't believe that they're showing us dwarf. I think what they're gonna do, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I think what they're gonna do is, hold on, let me get rid of this stupid fucking, no, I know. Can I go back? Thank you. I think what they're gonna do, you know, because we have them on the tapestry, but I don't think any of them look like dwarves again. Even on the tapestry, if they're showing us 4 races on the tapestry, they're not showing us a dwarf on the tapestry, I don't think. I have a feeling we're not going to get like Savari or anything like that. I think we're going to get a weird race. I think we're going to get one of those weird races that, and I think that's who the hooded, I think that's supposed to be human. That's Asura, right? And then we get this mysterious 3rd race that's hooded. And then we get the code in there, right? I don't think that's a dwarf. I think they wouldn't make a dwarf look like that. Why would they show 2 humans? I don't know. I think they're gonna. I think it's like human, Asura, Coden, and Mist Construct, like Raza. Like I talked about earlier. Like we're gonna get some kind of weird race that is like, it's like humans, but they're so dwarf or gnome, but they don't look like, they're not short though. They're not, like, I would imagine this with like a human face, and then I'd be like, okay, that's a dwarf, or like a little more, you know, or gnomes. I don't think gnomes, but like I feel like if they do something like mist constructs that the gods created, right, and they were like part of the Orion whatever, and the gods, when they retreated to Ara later, much, you know, not much later, but like at some point they took them with them or something like that. I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't believe we're seeing a dwarf here. I'm not convinced. I need more convincing to believe this. Or like if we think about something, it's a Largos with its wings tucked. Hold on, let me look something up real quick. I want to see. No, this. Okay. The quality of the stream might drop for a little bit. I need to look something up. I need to show you guys something. Because I talked about... Oh, God. Okay, I want to show you guys this, okay? Bear with me. You guys can already see where I'm at. I'm on the wiki. Well, wiki. Wiki. Again, it's not. It's supposed to be. This is supposed to be above. It's the website is already above a layer above Guild Wars 2, and it's not showing. I don't know why this program does this to me. Hold on. Oh, now apparently it's. There we go. It's working. Unless the dude the whole time we've been seeing is Norn and not human, and the woman is a human. I don't know. But the Chronomancer. So let's talk a little bit about Guild Wars Utopia, right? Chronomancers were a profession unique to Joteka. In contrast to the profession easily recognized in modern Tyria, they use cantrips to enhance or manipulate their abilities, giving skilled individuals a clear advantage. We've talked about Utopia before, right? Which was supposed to be where the Chronomancers were supposed to be a class in. And we know that, you know, I talked about like the mist construct, right? I think they took the concept. I think that at some point somewhere, maybe, I don't know, I'm throwing this out, like maybe the idea of who Raza was supposed to be some kind of, because he's a mist creature, like a mist construct in a way, right? And that's what these guys kind of look like. When you look at the art of them, they're like these weird constructs in a weird way, right? They're like these weird, we see a little bit of like almost like Abaddon influence, it looks like here. They remind me a lot of, what do they remind me of? I don't know, they remind me of something. So there's a specific art right here. Look at this guy. Look at this hooded guy. What did we just see? What did we just see in the trailer? We saw a hooded guy like that, right? We saw a guy that was wearing a hood that was sitting, that had like armor on, that was sitting on one of the horses or whatever they were, the antelope looking thing. Maybe it's like a Chronomancer, a mist construct kind of guy that is going to be a playable race, right? More like this. That's what we're going to be playing. Some kind of almost technological, but more like magically created construct that is like super high fantasy in that sense, right? So maybe that's what we're looking at. Maybe that's the mysterious fourth race that we see there. I don't know. I love this though. This looks really, really cool. Like I would want this to be a thing. Like this guy. I love him. Now that I can be on the internet, I will actually pull it up. But yeah, I want to look at some dwarves. Let's look at some dwarves here. We need a female dwarf, please. How do I find Runvita? Is she? That's a female dwarf. Arlo. They're all so thick, though. Is that what we're looking at? Are we gonna... is that what we're looking at? Lonin? Yeah, it's not easy to find them, but they aren't that fat, thick, stocky. I don't know. I mean, it could be. You know, maybe I'm completely off. Lear. That's Lear, you guys. Lear is on the horse. I don't know what other race it could be that we're being shown. Something that looks like a human. I don't think the human is a Norn because it doesn't look like a Norn at all. I'm trying to go through all the races in my head, all the different like creatures. I don't know. Maybe they're just showing two people, two humans. Maybe Arena is trying to throw us for a loop. Trying to ruin our day. Trying to ruin my life. Evildoers, Arena Ned. Maybe the male is the construct. He looks so much like the guy from the trailer, though. If you guys remember the Guild Wars 2 trailer that they had from a few years back. Do you guys remember that trailer from a few years back that resulted that we saw that's what the main guy is from. They reused that same guy. 100%. It was the stuff that they released right. Oh, maybe we can find hints there. Why am I now thinking of this? I'm such a retard. I use the R word. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if anyone's offended. There was a trailer. The main character, yes, he looks, yeah, the main character from Path of Fire. But if you remember, a few years ago, when they canceled all of those big projects, we got a bunch of images and a bunch of like things from the canceled projects. And there was this really weird trailer that they released for Guild Wars 2 that looks just like the announcement trailer for Guild Wars 3. And that's what I'm trying to find. And I'm going to find it. I will find it and we're going to watch it. It was years ago. It was years and years and years. This was before the mini expansions. That's in German right there. Was it before the mini expansions? It was before the mini expansions. Look, it's Felicia Day. I love it. I love her. I miss her. Was it before End of Dragon? Did I already miss that? That's not it. I need to find this trailer. I don't remember what it was called. It was something like it was something like it must have been after this. But it was something like call to action or something like that, where it's just like, you know, we need you in Guild Wars 2. And it was just like, okay, whatever, dude. Was it before or after the Steam thing? It was definitely after the Steam thing. Felicia Dizzle. I need to find a stupid trailer. If I could just remember what it was called. It was before it came on Steam. I think it was before End of Dragons. They must have it here. It was the trailer that they used in all their ads. They had all these ads and they used that same trailer, and I got a bunch of those. That must have been before all this, right? Call to action to play, was it? To play on Steam, because I just looked at that and it wasn't those. It's right around here. No, it was a cinematic trailer. It wasn't. So maybe they don't have it on here? I must find this stupid trailer. There is no way. I need to find this trailer. It must be... When did this happen? Call of the Mist trailer? No. Or they removed it because it has footage of Guild Wars 3 in it. I'm stretching really far. CGI trailer. This is the one. This is from 20... This is Wooden Potatoes' video. New CGI trailer. This is the one I'm talking about. It was the CGI trailer. This one. I don't want to watch this video. This one. This is the one I'm talking about. Watch this. Just watch this. And doesn't this remind you... Doesn't this remind you of Guild Wars 3? Not even subscribe. Am I not? Wait a minute. Am I not? Am I even logged into my account? I'm not even logged into my account. I'm not. This is just YouTube. This is a different browser. I am subscribed on my regular account. I was like, am I not? Okay, watch this though. Like, doesn't this kind of remind you the lighting, the way that it's like CGI, the way that it kind of looks? Like, it looked so weird. This was so different from anything that ArenaNet had published at the time. Where was the it's unlisted. They released this 7 years ago and they unlisted it. Unlisted gang from 2 years ago. What? That dragon is so dead. But doesn't this kind of remind you, like, if we compare this to the trailer that we just watched, you know, there's a sun setting and there's like, you know, like it's a lot of greenery. This is nothing they ever released. And this came out this trailer came out after all of these other projects had been canceled. And my thought back then was, what if this was the trailer that they wanted to use for Guild Wars 3, and then that project got canceled, right? Because even the armor that she's wearing, like she's wearing that, you know, she's wearing, I don't know, she looks very Alonian, right? She has that hairstyle and stuff. Like, it looks very much, and this all looks so weird, right? Like the character models like look kind of strange, and they have all these glowing weapons, which is just very like a weird way to, looks like Canuck right there. Weird way to highlight these other, but that's what it reminded me of. It was this trailer, and it's so weird that it's unlisted. Unlisted like that. Huh. This trailer looks more like a trailer for a canceled card game, MOBA type game. I mean, maybe, but I just, I guess, yeah, I could see that. But I just felt like, wouldn't have this made like an amazing announce, like if it said like Guild Wars 3 at the end of this? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they could have really just been like, yeah, Guild Wars 3. But it's so weird because at the time we weren't fighting wyverns. Like, this is the time, 7 years ago is the time of Path of Fire, and we had moved on from, you know, Morjamoth and Heart of Thorns and things like that. So it was like, I don't know, but yeah, it just reminds me a lot. And it was such a random trailer that they made. It's just 30 seconds long, which again is kind of what announcement trailers are like. You know, they're very short, like reveal trailers. You know, they're very short. They're very just like, but yeah, I just see similarities between this and like this. See what I'm saying? Like there's something there. I don't know. I'm reaching clearly, you know, and I don't think we'll ever get the answer to that, but it just feels like that. Well, you know, who knows? I mean, maybe it looked different, and they had to then make it fit into Guild Wars 2, right? Because all the projects were canceled and whatever, right? And they just kind of, I mean, that was that around that time? Generic Yoda. Yeah, I mean, green even. Green. It's like, he looks really weird, doesn't he? I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching, but it just reminded me of that a lot. You know, the colors are the same. The sky looks like, you know, the colors of the greenery, and it's on a cliff. It takes place on a cliff, looking over, you know, a sunset like that. I don't know. It's kind of just weird. It just feels like there was some kind of thing. So I was hoping maybe we could see something, but these are all distinctly the 5 races of Guild Wars 2. So this is not going to give us any hints, which sucks a booty hole. Thought I had something. Well, ArenaNet says a lot of things. ArenaNet says a lot of things, and they might not be true, right? But yeah, I'm probably just reaching. Yeah, I mean, you know, whatever. But yeah, I just felt like that was some similarities there that I remember. I just didn't remember that trailer too well. I just remember that I found those glowing weapons so weird. I was like, why are the weapons so glowy? Like, I get, like, it was weird because it felt like they're highlighting the weapons. Like, this was a game that specifically had systems that dealt with, you know, enhancing your weapon in some shape or form, or having some kind of special thing with weapons, when it didn't. So...
That's how it's done. Oh, that had to hurt.
100 blades feels really bad still. They never fixed it, and they never will.
Almost ready.
Yeah, I'm drinking my own piss. No, the stuff that I use for it, because I use crystal light in them, okay? And the stuff that I use makes it look yellow.
I need backup.
Pick something else? Why would I? I enjoy drinking my own piss, okay? I thought you could move around. No, they did not give that. So as soon as I move, I cancel it. That is... They did not add that. That has been one of the most requested things for Great Sword since, I don't know, forever. And they've never added it. They've never added it because ArenaNet doesn't care about Warrior. Warrior can go fuck off and be shit, and they don't care. So dramatic, Raleigh.
A little help?
Yeah.
Urge to kill rising.
Nice one.
Wankrier. Yeah, that's what it feels like. ArenaNet hates Warriors. They only care about virtuosos.
More to explore.
Not even specifically mesmers. Virtuosos and firebrands and mechanists and
We need skilled
I think
guards.
that's it.
Is anyone willing to help?
Reaper. That's what they care about. Those are the ones they care about.
Afraid of dying?
They give them all the good shit, and then we get nothing. I love how we change our opinions daily. How did I change my opinion? What did I say before? I believe it. Ooh, look at this guy. I can feel the edge. But that orange is really cool. Ah! Oh, my daily gathering. We were praising Berserker yesterday. Yeah, Berserker is good now. So, the Warrior has 1 good elite specialization out of 4.
I serve Lion's Arch.
You know, sometimes truth is hard to swallow, so make sure you lubricate your throat for that swallow, because that, I'm spitting some truth right there. You can call me Truth Spitter Raleigh.
Useful vessels. Their accomplishments in death far exceeded those in life.
Berserker is great. Everything else sucks asshole. And not the good kind of sucking asshole. The bad kind of sucking asshole. Well, Spellbreaker was really good. But then the problem was that they didn't update it when everyone else was getting not just updates but upgrades. and getting like that's the thing, right? When you do power creep and you don't do it evenly across the board and you only do it on specific elite specializations, what happens is you create a system of meta elite specializations, of a meta, like, and that's kind of what they did, right? They kept nerfing Mirage over and over and over again, but giving Virtuoso buffs. Even in this latest balance patch where they nerfed across the board, the only one that received a buff or a direct buff, I mean, I don't know, there probably were some indirect buffs done to some of those to some of the other classes, but a direct buff was, I think, the only one that got a direct buff was the Virtuoso, which was not even performing bad. It was actually one of the top performing elite specializations. So why is that getting a buff when everyone else is getting harsh nerfs? Again, including Mirage. Like, what? So when people say that Arena doesn't play their own classes, you look at something like that and you're like, yeah, maybe they don't. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels bad, when you look at something like that, and then you look at Warrior, and yeah, Warrior got some nerfs, but it didn't even really do anything. And like I said, on my specific Bladesworn build, for example, not a single trait was touched. So Bladesworn actually passively got a buff because everyone else was nerfed, but that that particular build for Spellbreaker, none of the traits and none of the skills were touched, meaning that is still performing exactly the same way that it did before, and it now feels better. Numbers wise, it's still clunky as hell and still needs to be changed in a lot of different ways, but it's actually performing better now DPS wise because it received technically a buff in that sense. But yeah, there's a lot of elite specializations that really need some love, and one of the ones, I mean, is definitely Bladesworn, and unanimously has been said to be one of the most underperforming specializations by everyone. So this is not just like, oh, the vocal minority or the, everyone agrees on this. So it's like, no, and that's the thing, it's like, they have the data. They know who plays what. And you can see Bladesworn is probably one of the least played elite specializations out there. Right? Like, out of, the 7 billion that we have now. I don't even want to just give me weird shit, weird changes to trades, skill flips, and conversion trades. I mean, I see what you're saying, but then I don't know. I care about it to the point where I want everyone to be on an... I agree with you. I would love to see that as well. But I just want everyone to be on an even playing field. And it feels like Warrior is the one class that's not on an even playing field, because all of their elite specializations are kind of, beside Berserker, haven't really seen good updates, and it just feels bad because it becomes, after years and years, like for a few years you're just like, whatever, but after like 10 years plus of this happening, you're kind of like, okay, this is really fucking stupid. I would like to not have that happen anymore, please. Yeah, and that's another thing, right? Like, some weapons, I don't see anyone... I'm going to be honest with you. I have not seen, I don't think, a single person in the last 2 or 3 years now, or however long it's been, play Revenant Scepter. Even though, mind you, there was a lot of people that defended Scepter on Revenant, saying that it wasn't a bad weapon, yet I don't see anyone playing it. like out in open world or in the raid encounters. I've been playing a ton of raid encounters, so I don't see anyone playing that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, is that kind of weird? Is it just me? You know, people want to defend it, but then no one wants to use it. That's kind of fishy. That's kind of weird, right? Like, if it's such a good weapon, why is no one using it? I just don't like. I hate. I don't know what you like about Scepter on Revenant. It's awful. It's so bad. The visuals are disgusting and boring. Like the auto attack chain is boring as hell, and visually so noisy, and the 2 and 3 skill are overly convoluted because ArenaNet really wanted to make that targeting ally thing happen, and so they were like, here, Revenant, take it. You want to take the ally targeting? And they're like, no, please, I don't want it. And it's like, no, you take it. You're going to have it. And so there it is. That's the story of how that happened. Yeah, I like it for the reasons you don't. But it's not a good weapon, though. Like, it doesn't even do anything. Like, damage-wise, it doesn't compare. So it feels bad in that. Like, you know, anytime you swing it, you're just like, okay, damage-wise, I could be doing a lot more if I had a regular... Like, it plays like a sword, but regular sword does way more damage. So it's like, okay, why would I be using that? And then...
Let's take a break. My feet are killing me.
Healing wise, I feel like it performs less than Staff, even though Staff is not a good weapon. But I feel like you get more utility out of Staff overall, or maybe even Shield. So you can, I mean, you can use Scepter Shield, but it's like, and you know, I'd rather use like Sword Shield because that just feels better. And you get like more utility out of Shield alone than the Scepter. I don't know. I use it for the AoE boons it gives and then swap to my better weapon, but that doesn't make it a good weapon. If you have to swap out of it, like if you're not staying in it, if you're just having it for the boons, that's not a good argument for saying that it's a good weapon. It's like saying that Necromancer's Staff is good just because you use it to place down the marks and then trade it off like to another weapon. That just means that, you know, you want to use that, but it's not good. Like, you're not constantly using it. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of the same thing there. You should never stay in one. No, and I agree with you. That's one of the things that I don't do, right? But if you're not staying in that weapon at all, and you just, I don't know, you just pop the boons and you swap over real quick, like that feels like a wasted, that just, I don't know, it just feels like, it doesn't feel like a good weapon to me. Like, if I don't want to stay in it for longer than a few seconds just to get some boons. I mean, I guess you could say the same about like a shield or something. I don't know.
Take this route, something bad happens. At least it was only bandits today. They're easy. Relatively true. The bandits are getting predictable.
I don't know. I wouldn't take Scepter into like a high-end combat situation. I feel like it's outclassed in so many different ways, and it just feels clunky to use. It's very clunky in group play, and I've tried to make it work. I really have, and I'm like, man, I don't like this. So
Time to blaze a trail.
Yeah, I just would like to see a complete rework of it, because I just don't think it works the way that it's designed. But I feel the same way about quite a few of the weapons, because I think all the weapons that they added with, or many of the weapons that they added with Secrets of the Obscure are not very often used. I don't see them being used by
I achieve
people.
things. I'm an achiever.
That particular set of weapons that were added. Maybe because they have specific uses, and maybe I don't play that particular, you know, area of the, like, the system, the game, you know, that part of the game or whatever. I don't play that enough or something. I don't know, but I feel like when it comes to like pistol on Elementalist, for example, I don't see any Elementalist using pistol, like, ever. Melee scepter makes no sense for ranger. But what do you mean? Who said that we have melee scepter? Or that we're getting melee scepter? It's just, it feels, it's weird because they tried to shoehorn the gimmick into those weapons, right? Because they were like, oh, we're not doing elite specialization, so they all have to have some kind of gimmick with it, which worked for the elite specializations because there's a lot more ways to play around the gimmick of each elite specialization, but it doesn't really work on a weapon when you can't modify it in any shape or form, right? I like that they did it on the latest set of elite specializations, so instead of adding a weapon with it, you now have like unique mechanics that you're dealing with, and it kind of works because, again, you can, you know, you have traits that go with it, and you have different skills that you can equip, and you have different weapons that can interact with it, right? But when it comes to weapons, you equip the weapon, you're stuck with those skills, and you can't do anything about that, right? And you know, the traits don't really interact with the actual mechanics of a weapon in that, you know, because that's not how they were designed, but traits are designed to interact with the mechanic of, you know, the elite specialization traits are designed to interact with the mechanics. So you can kind of enhance it and change it how you want it to be. So I feel like having specific mechanics on a weapon feels very forced, and if it doesn't land well and if it's not thought out enough, it kind of falls flat, and I think that's what happened with a lot of those weapons. Read above. Okay, you read it's for meme really, and doesn't matter when it comes down to it. Would like Scepter for Ranger and hope ArenaNet treats that one with more respect. Melee Scepter makes no sense for Ranger. Let us become Nature Mage, Vines bleed. I still don't know. Is it further up? Or am I just stupid? I don't understand. I don't understand. Because were we talking about specific, like, do you mean because of the Revenant Scepter, that is melee, and you wouldn't want to see that on Ranger? Is that why you're saying that? Blazebreaker, my favorite skill. Pew! One of my favorite skills. So good. I see. I see. I didn't make that connection. I didn't make that I didn't realize that that's what you meant. But yeah, I agree. I don't think melee scepter would work. I would like to see a long range, but that's the thing, is like it's just, I don't know. We're gonna have to really see what the future of Guild Wars 2 looks like, because Arena talks about that. Yeah, they're gonna support Guild Wars 2 and they're gonna do annual expansions, but does that mean that they're gonna be able to do new weapons and do new elite specializations and all that as well? I mean, I hope so. I want them to. It's gonna be power damage, and you're gonna like it, Mish. So what would you like to see for another condition added? It's like, I know we kind of had that conversation, but I don't remember that conversation in detail, or the details of that conversation, rather. Yeah, and we're gonna keep adding power weapons just so you are miserable. It's the only reason we're gonna keep adding power damage weapons to the ranger. Oh, I needed to change. Oh, oops, I accidentally. I don't know how I managed that. Yeah, I don't know which kind of condition I would like to see. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Dang it. Dang it. It's the wrong day. It's the wrong day. I didn't realize it wasn't Thursday yet. If they do that, add power conversion to bleed trade, and I'll be fine. All right, we can do that. We can do that just for you. We're gonna call it the Mish trick, and we're gonna add that into the game just for you. Maybe something to do with Void, or bring back Chill as Condi damage, like they did with Reaper, but give it to everyone. Holy damage of some sort, perhaps, but I don't know what would be considered holy light in Terria. Yeah, I don't know.
Watch the perimeter. Don't let them inside the defenses. We must hold this ground.
I'm trying to think of like a new condition that could be added. I don't think Void is that bad of an idea. I like the idea of Void, right? Because like anytime we've seen like Void puddles on the ground and stuff, it's always been, oh, you can't be in there and it's damaging you and, you know, whatever, right? Yeah, I don't know though. Let's say that. I don't think Holy would really work.
You are easily broken.
I was thinking like, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of
Almost ready.
I'm thinking of something like Elden Ring, right? And you guys know I clearly love talking about it, and I'm always talking about it or whatever. But you know, in that game you have poison, And then you have a deadly poison, which is kind of the same thing, but it just takes off faster. And on top of that, you have Scarlet Rot, which is like a stronger poison. So maybe have a condition that's rot.
They're across the western bridge. Move to engage.
Or something. Ooh. Ooh. I can do a spear. No, I don't want to. Damn it. Equip. All right. Void could be the inverse of confusion, where you cast it on yourself, and the more you tag the enemy, the more another enemy you tagged with Void takes damage.
Rest up and tend to your wounds.
I feel like that would be a balancing nightmare, though. Maybe. Or would it? I don't know. No, because they could just like. I mean, they could handle like any other condition. The more you attack the enemy, the more another enemy you attack with Void takes damage. That's not a bad idea.
Bring it on.
I do like it, actually.
Grab a powder keg and get blasting.
Gaining adrenaline.
This is dangerous. Oh, this is dangerous. What a combo that was.
There's one to remember me by.
I think if I apply a color to my outfit, yeah, whatever, I don't care. If I apply a color, yeah, I think that's another piece of thing that I can do.
We need to hold this position.
Yeah.
Adrenaline rising.
I can't do all the events.
Grab a powder keg and get
Ooh,
blasting.
Shadow Song. Vienna Shadow Song.
Thank the gods you were here.
I really wish they would do more of like a every class has like their own kind of. I really enjoyed when Confusion was just like it was mostly accessible by Mesmers, and you know Torment was mostly like Revenant or something like that, or Necro or whatever. You know, I really hate that like every class has access to like every condition. It feels kind of weird to me. Like, I loved when Burning was just, you know, Elementalist and Guardian. But now it's like, oh no, you know, we're gonna give it to Revenants, we're gonna give it to Warriors, and we're gonna give it to all these other things too. Do they have it on here now? There's no confusion on here. On Maze? There's only days, and it's done. Is that on the Berserker? Is that maybe on the Berserker thing? Does the Berserker thing have that or something? Oh, it's on the Berserker. Got it. I got you.
I achieve things. I'm an achiever.
I like double maze actually. Double maze is pretty strong. Rage maze skill, yeah.
There's the enemy.
Can't even look at those, can I? Did I do that in here? Yeah, it's weird how we can't even look at our... Weird. The bombs have confusion, like why? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I really think that there's it became so muddied with that, and I think that was one of those, you know, homogenization when people were talking about that. It really kind of felt like that, especially with the, you know, they went away from having the class specific buffs that you could get, you know, where you get like ferocity on the assassin or something like that, whatever it was, right? If you had this one trait or whatever, you know, they went away from all of that, and they homogenized a lot of the classes, but then they also did it with the conditions too. They really made it where like everyone has access to every condition, and it just feels kind of bad because I don't know. It just kind of took a little bit of the class identity too. You know, I loved the idea of using confusion and, you know, having that be unique to the Mesmer, like I said before, or having, you know, poison be only accessible through necros and rangers, right? Like having that, but no, now it's accessible by like, you know, all these other ones, and it's just like kind of like whatever, and yeah, I don't know. It feels a little bad. So, but we'll have to see how like Guild Wars 3 handles all of that. Like, will it have things like conditions and boons and stuff like that? It's really what's going to be interesting is seeing what ArenaNet has learned from Guild Wars 2, because I think it's going to be even more obvious so than Guild Wars 1, because with Guild Wars 1, I think they were very happy, specifically when we talk about the combat system, when we talk about the skills and all that stuff. I think they were pretty happy with what they had, right? Obviously, it wasn't super balanced or whatever, but I think they liked the idea of the dual classing. And so they kind of wanted to step away from that. They wanted to do something different with Guild Wars 2, which was fine. But I don't think that they looked at the mistakes that they had done in Guild Wars 1, you know, while they were iterating Guild Wars 2's combat system. But I think with Guild Wars 3, they're going to do that a lot more. And they're going to be like, okay, what is the issues that we're constantly running into now with Guild Wars 2 that we don't want to run into with Guild Wars 3? How can we improve those issues, you know, and kind of avoid them maybe? I think they're going to do that a lot more this time around than they did before. Or Torment was added in, and then anytime we got a new weapon or elite spec for a class, like, yeah, new poison, no best Torment on it. Your character trait doesn't synergize with this weapon. Yeah, I mean that, you know, the perfect example is Spectre, right? If you play Spectre, you have to play a Scepter. Otherwise, that entire elite specialization feels really fucking bad and underperforms damage-wise, Condi damage-wise, right? Healing, you could potentially, you know, do something else, but I'm saying specifically when it comes to Condi damage, you have to use Scepter on Spectre, and they still haven't fixed it because using Spear now has a lot of poison, which is usable, but it doesn't, again, doesn't synergize with Spectre at all. Spectre should be a poison build, and Scepter should be changed to, instead of inflicting torment, it should inflict poison, right? Axe is fun. It has torment now if you use pistol. It does have poison, or it does have it does have torment. Yes, but I don't know. It doesn't feel the same, and it uses a lot of poison too. It uses poison and torment both. So again, it kind of feels like a weird, you know, they tried to do like a hybrid, like, oh, we'll satisfy all the people. Like, we're gonna satisfy. Why did that not work? We're gonna satisfy the people that want more torment. Oh, I can't do. I can only spill that on this stuff. I gotta actually heal the villagers. That's right. You know, they wanted to like satisfy all the people with it, but again, I don't see thieves using axe because the other weapons just outperform it. Scepter is still better on Spectre in damage numbers, so why would I use axe? You know, like, yeah, it's kind of cool and it has like a pretty cool mechanic, I guess, but that doesn't really justify that, I don't think. And like, I play a lot of Spectre, okay? I played Spectre for a long time. What am I doing here? Is there anything I can do? Sicken villagers. Give me that. Give me those supplies. We never get that as a backpack, by the way. The medic backpack, we never got that as a back piece. But what do you mean is if you use Scepter, you have to play Spectre. The Scepter has no identity outside of the elite specialization.
Greetings.
Is there... What are the other elite specializations? Is there anything poison? Is there anything... Not poison. Is there anything Condi damage related that we have that we could use it on? Not that I'm disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to think of like a situation where maybe we could use that. What was the latest one that we got with it? I can't remember. Daredevil is power damage. You couldn't even do anything with that there. There's a core trade line, but it doesn't buff torment. Oh, that's right. Oh, antiquary. That's right. Does nothing with torment. You're right. Nothing interacts with it, right? So the reverse, and that's really interesting. When you look at the reverse of it, it becomes even more apparent, right? When you look at it, okay, Spectre, you know, you have to use the Scepter when you're in Spectre, but does the Scepter fit with any other elite specialization? It does not. Right, so it feels so weird. So why don't they just change it to be a poison spec? Because then you could change the skills of the Scepter to be more poison, or just poison focused, and have that be the, you know, the ultimate poison spec on the thief or whatever, and be able to use all kinds of weapons. You can use daggers. You can use the spear, you can use, you know, you can use the axe, you can use the scepter, you can use, like, I don't know, it's just weird, some of the choices that they've made. Spear in general is so good, I never look back. Yeah, I mean, it is, it's great. I think it's a great weapon. I don't use it personally, but I think it's a great weapon overall. And the reason I don't use it is because I play Spectre. which means I have to use Scepter.
Kind of like to be fishing, isn't it?
Pistols is awesome on other spec like Reaper or Scourge. I've never tried it on Scourge.
Running out of
Pistol on
endurance.
Scourge? I mean, I can see it. Yeah. Wow, that had a lot more AoE behind it than I thought it would. Oh, nice. This Lysandra. The conversion of the torment to burn ratio using pistol is rude as hell on Scourge. Nice.
Flee, coward!
Haha. Knocked you all down.
Fight on, my tribe. Your passing will go unnoticed.
Take that!
You can mix in poison to the build. Well, you can't use Scepter for that, because that's all dormant. But yeah. We'll have to see what the next weapons are. I mean, we're obviously not going to see any new weapons added for probably a year and a half now. Maybe something like that, right? Because I feel like, you know, they've been talking about like, oh yeah, we're going to be updating the game for like a year. But then I feel like in a year from now, they're not going to just say, okay, well, here's the next expansion. But I think that's when they're going to be like, okay, now we have done all of these things. We've done the ore map. We have gone back and fixed, you know, all the bugs and fixed all the other things that we wanted to, you know, in the core game. We've given you guys, you know, whatever, right? All these things you asked for. Proper tutorial and I don't know, whatever other shit they could come up with. And then at that point they announced the next expansion, which then at that point would be like 6 months away or something, 3-4 months away. I don't know.
Not enough energy.
Boop, boop. Yeah, I love that I still have the backpack on me. There's a specific time limit on it, but
There's one to remember me by.
oh no. Oh, you got. Oh, thank God there's other people here. Thank God for new players in this game. Jeez, I remember the last few times that I've tried to do this challenge, and there's no one. Ooh, is that a longbow? It's a short bow. Well, gay AF. Maybe they'll do new weapons as a treat during the Hall of Monuments 2.0. Since new weapons isn't that hard to do, they admittedly said the reason they did that starting with Soto because weapons is easier than lead specs. Yeah, but they're focusing on like fixing things. I don't think they want to fix. And because that's the thing they said in yesterday's stream specifically, is they said they don't want to do an expansion or add anything to the game while they're fixing things because they don't want to half-ass either of those things. They want to just focus on really going in and fixing the game. And I don't think they're gonna add new things into the game to just dilute their workforce even more. They want to have everyone on board with, we're fixing this game and we're fixing the things that are wrong with it at the core of it, right? I feel like. Which I would rather want them to. I'd rather wait on new weapons because I would want them to be really good.
Once the crater gone and the world stopped falling apart, I think I'll like it here.
It's crazy. So now I barely survive by
Elite specs with new weapons? Ooh. That's a bit risque there, Mish. Jeez. Look, guys, it's the Wizard's Tower. I wonder what's gonna happen with that. I wonder what's going on with that tower over there, that floating tower. Do you guys remember when we had those thoughts, when we had those conversations all those years ago? Man, times have changed, eh?
Running out of endurance.
As a thank you to us, the players for hanging in there waiting. My friend wanted it to become an endless dungeon type deal. Oh my god, that would be so cool. I still wait on that. I still want that. I still want one of those like procedurally generated dungeon things that you can like solo in and like go in and solo the whole thing. And get like rewards and stuff as you like level through there. Dude, the Crichton bow is so cool and it's huge too. It looks awesome though. It's one of the best well-designed bows in the game in my opinion. It's awesome. Ooh, I can do this from right over here. Uh-oh. Why am I getting the animation of the hits on me? Do you guys see that? Anytime my two arrows hit? Dude, what? Boom, 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 boom. I wanted it to become a fractal. I don't know. I don't know what I would wanted it. I think I was kind of, you know, as someone that never raids, I think I was on board with the idea that it became like a raiding hub. That was like the prevalent one that I saw online that most people want it. We're like, oh, I want it to become like a raiding hub, and I remember ArenaNet talking about that one, right? And I always hated ArenaNet for doing the joke so many times on stream where they were like, we can't talk about the tower, and that was like way, you know, years before Secrets of the Obscure even came out. And they didn't actually have anything planned. They were just saying they did, or, you know, acting like there was something planned with it. But yeah, I don't know. I never really had any. I just wanted to know what was going on with it. I didn't really have any specific thoughts on what I wanted to see being done with it. I just wanted to become a thing. I was like, whatever it is, I just want it, okay? I just want to know what's going on with it.
Gaining adrenaline.
Back in the day, they removed it, but the effect is still there. Oh, okay. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Here, have rocks. Have some rocks, my friend. Yeah, I feel like this challenge became a whole lot easier with me using other weapons. and using equipment, but I think I might do. I think I might really try this challenge out and you know, really restart this challenge again and go through and just do the starter sword and then be able to use any equipment that I want. Oh my god, the group event, defeat the, oh, I forgot that they do the, look at all these random events that happen in these maps. Totally forgot about all that. I mean, this could spell death for me, so I don't know. I don't know what I want to do there. Kind of scared. But there are other people to revive me, so I'm gonna stay close to these other players. Just far enough away from the guy, but just close enough so I can get some credit, get some experience points there. It's not cheating, right? That's part of the game.
Gaining adrenaline.
The self-healing and the damage. Yeah, I think Staff is definitely a really good weapon, and I'm so happy they added like a healing weapon finally, and it feels like a really good weapon too, and it has clean animations and it has good effects and good boons on it. I really like it as a weapon a lot. Yeah. Even with the nerf, yeah. Even with the nerf, I think it's still a good weapon. I agree. Oh god, get away. CC everyone. I'm scared. Because I can guarantee you one attack of that guy. Oh my god, see, one attack of that guy hits and I'm history. This run is over. There. Yes. Yay! I got all the teams. All the things. Ooh, I got a new staff. We can equip that, and we can do dual dagger. I like doing dual dagger. Spear on elementals, the animations are so fantastic. Yeah, I really I really like I was gonna say something. I don't know. Like mid-thought, my brain was just like shutting down. I don't know. I do like Spear a lot on elementals. I don't use it myself, but I think it's a good weapon.
Gaining adrenaline.
Especially on air.
I feel strong.
I don't use it enough, honestly. I'm gonna head out in a minute because I'm really tired. And this challenge, I mean, it's kind of putting me to sleep. But I think I've really figured it out. I've really figured out how I want to do this challenge now, which is nice. That I finally figured out how I want to do it. Look, guys, it's a floating tower. What? That's crazy. What is ArenaNet thinking? Oh my god. I hope nothing bad happens. I hope it's just a very ordinary tower with nothing interesting happening inside of it.
Burn, baby, burn.
I'm thinking of moving. I'm tired of tourists gaping at us like we're putting on a show.
So they're gonna use spear
Like
and
my
just ignore
privacy.
that burn
Where
trade.
will you go? Divinity's Reach, maybe.
Yeah, that one is just so good now. I can't live without it anymore. Honestly, like it sounds so stupid, but every time I play, I'm like, I wanna use a power build with the burn thing and just use everything that does burn.
I don't have enough energy.
So, but yeah, I'm getting kind of tired. So, but yeah, thank you guys. So you guys might see me again. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow or when. I don't know. We'll see. But I do want to do this challenge run because I really think that I found a setup that works for me on this, and that means that, you know, I can really do this challenge run, and if I can complete the challenge run, I can make a video about it and get famous. So that's the goal. Woo! Just kidding. No, but I do want to make a video on that because I want to challenge other people to do it. So you guys might see me stream this some more now that I've kind of gotten a setup going. So anyways, I appreciate you guys watching. For those of you that are watching after the fact, I appreciate it as well. Make sure to like and subscribe, and there is videos coming out. I do have clips. I don't know if I'm going to clip anything from today's stream. There was a couple of interesting things we talked about, so I might clip a couple of things. But yesterday we had like so many different things that we talked about, which was really, really cool. So I think there's going to definitely be more clips coming out from that. And yeah, and I have a feeling we're going to get a blog post tomorrow, but I could be wrong. I don't know, because they've done blog posts on Thursdays a few times. This is the best view of the Wizard's Tower. It's literally what he just said. Yeah, it looks pretty. It's great. This is the best place to see it. I will agree on that, but but anyways, yeah. I will see you guys in, you know, in the next video or in the next stream, in the next whatever, on Discord. Critical Role Thursday, but that's late at night. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you know, and so if they do a blog post tomorrow, I will do a video about it. I'll cover it because it's probably gonna be something Guild Wars 3 related, and I really want to talk about more stuff. So, yeah, get ready for that. I'm very, very excited. So, but yeah, I will see you probably in that video. If not, maybe Friday. I'll have to see. I can probably, I mean, it's either going to be tomorrow or Friday that they're releasing blog posts. I don't think they're going to do one Saturday. I mean, they did do something Saturday for Guild Wars 3, but that was because they did the announcement on Friday, and like, I don't know. I think it's going to come out tomorrow, but we'll see. Anyways, thank you guys. I'll see you next time. Bye.